Okay. Hello, hello, small Venus. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good evening or a time of day where you are. As always, I take about 5 minutes before I actually do things because I'm making sure the audio is good. So apologies in advance, but hello. Also, hello, hello. Welcome, Vega. How are you? As always, I am just going to log off here and come back here, and it'll probably be a recurring theme on stream too, because this is just my favorite place in the game. But I'm really excited for the lore reading stream today and the discussion. I'm also testing something different. I'm using a chat widget, so we'll see how it feels on stream. If it's a bit too much, I'll remove it and go back to the old faithful overlay that I usually use. But I just love being here with Lumine. I love her so much. For the longest time, I used to just log out at the statue at Windrise. For a little bit, it was the Eternal Oasis, and there were also times in Enkanomiya where I would just log out because I absolutely adored the music there. But now it's just going to be here. Either here or Hisi Island. Well, we are in Hisi Isle, excuse me. But you know what I mean. So I do hope everyone has had a very, very comfortable version Luna. I want to say version 6.0, but it's not version 6.0 in quotations. So I still have so much of Lempo Isle and Paha Isle, I believe, to explore fully because I was waiting for Flynn to release in order to complete the rest of the region. I just log out wherever. I mean, that's completely fair too. Some days it's like, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm actually just going to stay wherever I am. And when I come back, that will be the time where I question why I logged out, or we'll just continue from here. Oh, did you do any world quests? So the only world quests that I've really done are the frostmoon scions ones. And that's it. I have not touched the world quests that are like over here. And then there's a few world quests over here too, I believe. I have not touched the right side really of nod-krai, unfortunately, because I wanted to reserve some of the exploration and world questing for when I got Flynn's too. I didn't want to explore everything and complete everything just with Lauma. So I still have notable world quests to do, but I believe I have done the world chain here, or at least I'm fairly close to finishing it. And even if that's the case, Avatar? Okay, so yeah, I did finish. I keep forgetting I get new Avatar and things when I complete world quests. I do love that feature though. But yes, so everything over here, excuse me, I didn't go to the surface world. I say as if I'm Conorian, but all of this, like I still haven't even completed the Final Night Cemetery Light Keepers questline chain because I wanted to have Flynn for that, so I held off. I have not clearly explored any of the stronghold here. I also really haven't gotten everything over here yet either. So it's been a very slow process. I've mainly just been focused on the moons. So that's one of the few things I'm working on. But I think, like, look at this. This is fear. If you're just trying to explore and you see this, while yes, it's nice to just encounter it and explore it naturally, go through it organically, things of that nature, I run away because I will lock in and I will do everything without having the team, quote unquote, that I want for it. So also welcome, Jamchi. Welcome, welcome. I hope you've had a great day so far and or you're having a good time of day wherever you are. Also, yes, I have not done, like, there are 3 character anecdotes I haven't done. I've been avoiding. Inos, Hazos, and I think Neffers is here. Oh, and there's also Yanfei. I've seen her a few days. I will say though, I really need to finish the Clink Clank event, the story event. I've received the item and everything, so that part, I'm fine. Like, I have the new weapon because I made sure to get it. I say not knowing where it is. I feel like it would be with the catalysts. Yeah. So I did get the catalyst. I did in fact also get all the refinement materials for it. So that part, I made sure I finished. But I need to complete the story aspect of it first before I do anything. Also, I want to thank everyone for the follows and everything like that. That really means a lot. Very quickly, though, I do want to say, please be sure to hydrate and eat. Right before stream, I almost forgot to eat, so. Ooh, that catalyst is interesting. It is. I think I read it on stream, but I don't even know why I'm saying it's interesting because I barely remember some of it, with the exception of Sealy lore, because of just how much we've had. So there's truly just so much. Oh, thanks for the VIP badge. I'm honored. Oh, you're welcome. So to those who've been here for quite some time, I've just been slowly updating things around my stream. I'll probably also try to look into, I want to have a proper outline for my stream avatar, just so that sometimes you can see her better and things like that. And then I also need to make sure, I'll change the chat text and make sure it's easier because it'll be difficult to read on screen, at least. Especially in this field of beautiful flowers. So if you can't, it'll just be hard on the eyes sometimes. But to those who have been here for an extended period of time or have been part of the community and things of that nature, I updated the roles list. And so I've been applying, new features to people. So yeah. So I will also be updating that in the future too. I also did introduce certain new commands for the stream, like exclamation mark pronouns, exclamation marks focus, spoilers, things of that nature for when I inevitably do Archon quests on stream again, as well as world quests, which I do want to do. I may do one of the nod-krai world quests on stream. We will just see. But I will say, wanted to also make certain actions available for people. So yeah, of course. Now, before I begin, I do just want to say happy birthday to Genshin Impact. It has been 5 years we've been playing this game, or at least for me. I've been playing for 5 years. They currently released a web event, which they usually do during the anniversary, where you can track all of your information, see very silly, like the data across your accounts, how many times a character has fallen, how many times you've gone to certain statues, how many primo gems you've accumulated through daily quests and things like that. So it's been really, really fun. I saw mine and I apparently have not apparently, I have, because it's been tracked. I've had through daily commissions alone, over 5 years, made 80,900 something primo gems. I currently have 233 books collected. So I have the title like encyclopedia on legs or something to that degree, as well as tracking your first 5 stars, you know, just like little achievements and features like that, which I think are really cute. So I really like it. It honestly made me emotional. I also love that the web event or 5th anniversary song is a song by Venti to the Traveler. So it's really, really cute. And that just made me really happy being able to experience that again, because it really has been 5 years. It's been half a decade that this game has been live. And okay, Miss Luonatar, you are leading me somewhere, and I feel like you're going to lead me to Columbina, and I don't know if I have that right now. I mean, I do, but we will see first and foremost, because if that's the case, then I will have her dialogue. Let me see. I'll just check real quickly, because if this is an actual quest, well, I say quest, little, I honestly want to just call them like Kutar or Columbina anecdotes. So let me just see, because where is she taking me? Okay, I think she's taking me, just to Columbina, who's resting behind here. Oh. She's so precious. She's sleeping, I think. I don't know if I need to hear her breathing, though. But yeah, I love this. It's so cute. I never could have imagined how much this game would impact my life when pre-registered over 5 years ago. I feel the same. I honestly feel like Genshin Impact has changed the trajectory of not only my life, but many, many people in general. And that just makes me really happy. I've created so many new friends. I've created many, many memories. And because of that, I just feel all the more grateful. Because again, I believe I downloaded this game just to try it out, because I remember seeing so much promotion for it. There were so many commercials. I remember seeing so many just marketing and advertisement for it online. So I decided to give it a try. And 5 years later, it's just something completely different. Like, this is a new Genshin Impact, quote unquote. And we're now just... It's just... I feel a new era, I suppose. And it's been a very long journey. Did you do the new Serenade Chronicle? Yes, I believe I have. I believe it's the 3rd one. I do really enjoy learning more and more about her through the Luonatar, as well as just her past experiences with the Fatui, and obviously lore-wise, excuse me. So yes, I currently have 3. So we'll see. I imagine they're just like weekly cutscenes, but I also feel I haven't done anything in terms of Lempo Isle, which could be a contributing factor. I don't know if it's progression based on... Because I know you get Serenade Chronicles. There's some form of, not currency, but contribution you have, I've noticed, throughout the meeting chronicles. But I have been slowly going through it. And if this is a little bit of an indicator, it's like, hey, there will be 6 quests for 6 weeks per patch, if you stay on top of it, of course. And I imagine the other 2 will also follow suit, which makes me curious, because if this will be version Luna 1, I imagine, well, this is Luna 2 and then this will be Luna 3. And so would perhaps it be Luna 3 or beyond where we see Columbine as a playable character maybe? That would be interesting, but I'm really excited because I absolutely want to have the wind gliders specifically. So this has been really fun. I really, really enjoy this. Also, once again, I can't get over how beautiful this place is. And before I start rambling even more, please let me know about audio if I'm too loud or if the music's too soft, things like that. So we should get Columbina and Luna 4, do you think? Well, and that's the thing I was just speculating about. I feel it would make the most sense if we go through everything first and then get her, or at least in the sense of as we learn a bulk about her, then we get her as a playable unit. Because as it currently stands, it would kind of make no sense, to me at least, if we just got her right out the gate. So I do think that I'm really banking on post Luna 3 really is when we will get her. Not necessarily in version 3, but I do agree with you. The wind glider would look so good on her, Flynn's, and Lauma. Okay, but have we also considered how this is going to look on Kokomi? The wind glider is going to look best on Kokomi. I think it's also going to look really nice on Aino. Currently, I just have the Sumeru wings on her. But these wings were made for Kokomi. They were also made clearly for Utar herself. But this, once I get these wings, they are never coming off of Kokomi. They just fit way too well. I think if you just have a pastel palette, it will look best on that character. I actually may just keep the Sumeru wings on her now that I re-look at this. Pink and green look great together, but until they give us actual pink wings in Genshin Impact, I'll probably just keep that on her. But yes, if a character has a pastel palette to some degree, they'll probably have the wings on, even if they use them or not. Like Kokomi, Mizuki, I know she probably looks great with the Inazuma wings, but she's also going to get these wings. I don't even have her leveled, but she's going to get them. So yes, purple pastel is going to look great. So I am very excited to read the lore here. Well, the lore about the artifact sets. Again, the only world quests that I still need to do are on the right side, so I probably should be fine for the most part. I'll also be speculating. Major lore regarding that. There may be some pieces I can't connect because of that information, but regardless, I hope those lurking or from the VOD will be understanding. I have just been kind of all over the place, and I really want to take my time because when nod-krai came out, I 90% this, got Hymns of the Far North, screamed a lot, then wrote scripts, then now have recording and have editing to do. So I haven't actually given myself time to really process some things. So I think with that, I should give myself some, just a break. I go through all of my characters to give them wings, even if I never use them. Oh, I do the exact same thing. Flynn's is so close, just a couple of days away. Listen, Vega. The way I have been staring at this timer... Lauma, I love you. To me, she was the absolute highlight of Luna 1 so far. And I really, really love Flynn's. But her story has captured me in such a way. And I love the frostmoon scions' lore and their history so much that it just really, really resonates with me a lot. And I truly want to learn more at my own pace. And I had spoke about this in my Discord too, where because I am a content creator, to those who are very, very very popular, very well known. They have such a schedule, and they are so efficient in where they can make things, like produce things so quickly. And I haven't reached that yet in sense of being quick with things like that. So I have to remind myself constantly to take it one day at a time. I do not want to push myself to be as fast as possible. I want to challenge myself, of course, in producing content, but not just putting out something quick just to have something be quick, if that makes sense. So, of course, this is nothing any shade to anyone. This is just speaking as someone who is both a fan and enjoys making content for the lore aspect of Genshin Impact. So I really, really love just being able to truly immerse myself in a way that doesn't also burn me out. Because I've been going really hard with nod-krai, and especially on my own time, I've still just been working on a lot of things, both in real life and just hobby Genshin life, content creator wise. So it's, once again, pacing. And this is just Genshin Impact. This doesn't even cover how deep I am into Star Rail lore. I've been getting back into ZZZ. I'm absolutely obsessed with Petite Planet coming out and stuff like that. So it's all about managing like the work-life balance. So yeah, I just love the way she talks to people. Oh, I love Lauma so much. Actually, on that note, is she friendship level 6? Oh, I didn't even realize she's friendship level 6. Oh my goodness. See, now the gates are open. Now I'm considering, do I read her lore? Not right now, because I want to do the artifacts first. I have to read her lore though. Oh my goodness. We'll be lurking, have fun with lore. Oh, thank you very much, Grim. That means a lot. I hope you have a very comfy lurk. I love the character anecdotes being a regular thing now. It makes the world feel so much more alive, and I love seeing characters interact with each other in their everyday lives. Adds more depth and appreciation for them. No, I completely agree. For the longest time, we would only experience characters in limited time events or Archon quests. Limited time events, Archon quests, or their story quests. And as story quests are now being integrated, specifically character personal story quests are now being integrated in the Archon story, there's going to be more time for them to shine and attempts to integrate it into the story in a way that isn't so overwhelming. Again, I agree that it's really nice to be able to just speak to the characters, to see them in the world, because apologies if I'm repeating myself again, but it was a bit bittersweet where we had this entire roster, this huge cast of characters, this huge world to explore with all mysteries, secrets, and at the same time, it felt empty because we only saw NPCs and the characters who are such prominent figures in their countries or what have you, and we just never see them. I can understand obviously for Archons and stuff like that, but it's like, oh, well, why can't I just see Kaching just somewhere out and about? Like, you know, why can I not just see Colette and Tignari? Like, you know, things like that. So I really, really like that they've decided to, again, implement that more and more. So I'd rather be happy and rested enjoying the game than force yourself. Oh, thank you very much. Also, JMG OMG. Wait, what happened? Also, I really, really love her her idol animation, where when you see her put her hands together, it's a crescent moon. It's beautiful. Forever love anecdotes. Just seeing their icons on the map, it makes me so happy. Yes, it's so nice. I love the characters so much in this game, and I really appreciate being able to understand what's going on in their daily lives, where they're interacting, like who they're interacting with, what just happened. Like, it just feels so much more immersive. Hi Kiryu, I've had to avoid streams since it's taken me so long to do nod-krai stuff, but I'm so happy to finally lurk here for some more reading. Oh, welcome Renee. Well, thank you so much. That means a lot, and I completely understand. For instance, because 3.6 of Star Rail is out, I have been ignoring social media with the exception of, hey guys, I'm streaming, bye. Like, that's it. I kind of just hide. So imagine going to a magic show from Linny and Lynette on a whim. Well, that's the other thing too. There's such a wide cast of characters. There's so much you could do there. Like, obviously, for instance, Skirk. She is out and about, but this is, you know, an abyssal swordswoman whose master is a sinner and prefers being in the abyss. I can understand if we don't see her all the time. But if I go to Mondstadt and just seeing Venti, whether at the tavern or just by Windrise or something, that'd be really sweet. Recently, I encountered Yae at the shrine, obviously, and that made me happy because I would like to see her at the shrine sometimes. Maybe seeing Fiorina if she's by the theater or if she's just getting treats somewhere in Fontaine. Like, that would be lovely. I would scream if I went to the Academia and saw Layla. Like, things like that. And I understand they have a degree of certain limitation, but it just, again, makes the world more immersive when you include the characters. And it's not just we see them in one cutscene or an Archon quest and then they're gone forever. So yeah. But yes, Llama lore reading absolutely is going to happen. If so, it may just be after the artifact set readings, but of course that depends on exactly how much we decide to go into the weeds of. Because I've taken quite a bit of notes from both of the sets, and there's a lot, excuse me, a lot combined with the world quests as well. It's an entire sphere of lore. But before I start reading about the artifact sets, there is going to be an ad that's playing in about 10 seconds. So once that ad is over is when I'll start reading that is not what I meant to click. Excuse me. I'll start reading the artifact sets. But I feel like I should actually ask, would we prefer reading Silken Moon's Serenade first? Or do we want to read Night Sky? No. Is it Night of Unveiling Sky or Night Sky of Unveilings? I was wrong. Night of Skies Unveilings. I'm fine with going over either of them first because I think they're both interesting altogether. And I'm really, really happy just from like the little things I've seen, excuse me, and the notes I can try and make out for. I'm excited for. So yeah. I'm hoping that Skirk will play a bigger role in the latter half since she was searching for the Voyager at one point and now we have more Voyager lore. Exactly. So for me, earlier, like in the summer, when they gave us Skirk, I'm like, oh my goodness, she is lore, huge star. Like, can we put a pin on this? She's here. Okay, let's go through her lore, comb through it, and figure out what's going on. I didn't really go over her lore as much as I would like to, even though I had a stream for it, of course, and did her quest. But I also can't help but feel we moved on as a society from Skirk way too quick. But of course, I'm completely expecting them to give us more because of how quote unquote endgame she is, if that's an easiest way to explain her. So I was about to say Night of Skies Unveiling. Okay. So, to those who wish to do Silken Moon, let me know. And those who wish to do Night of Skies Unveiling, let me know. I'm fine with either. Oh, but this is so exciting. I didn't forget that Genshin's anniversary was today, but I also was like, oh, I want to do a lore reading. Is it appropriate to do a lore reading on Genshin Impact's 5th anniversary? Well, even if it isn't, I'm going to anyway. Oops, sorry. OBS froze for a moment. Let's go with Silken Moon Serenade because Yamchi was first. Alrighty, let's do Silken Moon Serenade first. Let me not start with that flower. This is the best way to celebrate? Oh, of course. Lore readings. I may not know what to do meta-wise, but I know how to read a little bit, kind of. Don't quote me on that. My rationale for Silken was its more direct relation to the Hisi role quest. That makes complete sense. I just remember seeing something crimson in this, and I was like, okay, let me just not. Let me not look at this yet. And also on that note, I need to adjust something very quickly. All right, we should be good. Okay, so I'm going to start with Silken Moon Serenade, and I look forward to it. But actually, I wonder, I think I should just go to the place TM because it would be the most fitting. Let me see. I believe it was right here. Also, just like the world. Oh my goodness. Hisi Isles world quests are. Oof, goodness. Also, we have a new pet and it's so cute. I love it very much. I did not see it until just now for the first time because we were in Kutar's domain and you can't have anything like that there. So let me go in here first because I feel like it'll be the most appropriate to read the lore here. As always, if you are not caught up with world quests, or at the very least relatively familiar with what's going on here, this is a huge spoiler, but if you don't mind, that's completely fair. This place is so gorgeous. I'm gonna get distracted just being here. Now the question is, with the artifact sets, after I go through those, do we also want to read the notes again that are here? Not just the notes, but the letters to the historical figures here. Do we feel that's appropriate? Or do we want to just take it bit by bit? Because there is a lot of lore here. There's just so much lore in these cute little pages. And again, I'm fine for any. But let me do the artifact set first. I feel like I could just sit down. Oh my goodness, if I can. Goodness. I'll just sit right here because it'll be easier. That one is very close to the table. Okay, so I will go over the notes. Also, again, I deeply, as a disclaimer, I am very, very sorry for butchering names and mispronouncing things. I am very sorry in advance. Please be patient with me. They add a lot of context for sure. Oh, of course, of course. Also, do let me know if you hear any background noise or anything like that, because I don't want like anything sounding too not obstruction, that's way too dramatic. Anything coming through. So please just let me know. Okay. The flower piece of the Silken Moon Serenade set. Crystal Tear of the Wanderer. An immaculate flower whose beauty is said to have been preserved for eternity by the icy wind. That was a time when the gentle frostlight still lingered, a silver mirror unbroken, even as the golden realm had already fallen. In a single night, the glorious golden tower fell like a fig tree across the frozen northern plain, from the holy citadel to the ancient capital, dark blue crystal nails annihilated every last city with even the most minuscule sign of life. The once praised apostle of the god's first messenger both vanished in the catastrophe. Those who survived by grace of being nowhere near the cities at the time could only cling to life amidst the freezing wind and snow. With no refuge left to them, they simply waited for destruction to find them in the hollow dark. This is the great extinction spoken of in later prayers. Halcyon prosperity turned to dust, and the gods remained silent, unmoved by cries, curses, or reproach. In the despair of that long night, only one celestial ruler shed tears for the mortal's pain. She was the mistress of the frostmoon, queen of the celestial chariot and of light, a heavenly agent whose origin was one with that of the world. Moved by pity and a deeper unspoken wish, she heeded the survivors' prayers. According to legend, she spun gleaming threads from her silver globe to lead the displaced across the frozen plains. And where her tears, full of longing, fell upon the frost-covered soil of the far north, they blossomed into lilies that would stand eternal in the icy wind. The proud descendants of Hyperborea call themselves the frostmoon scions for this reason, to honor the divinity who, whatever her original intent, gave them a new lease on life. So, from the flower piece, you clearly can see, because I'm just going to be discussing this as I go over line for line. So that was a time when the gentle frost light still lingered. So this was when I read the golden realm had already fallen. Gold is often, in this case, in reference to Hyperborea. So Hyperborea had fell. And the golden tower, which I do believe, at least with Hyperborea, if we go to the ancient ruins in the future and say like a subsection kind of area, I feel like they're going to do a Tower of Babel kind of situation. To those who may be familiar, let me pull it up and actually link it in chat. There is a teaser, like a character teaser in promotion with Llama, in which it details, let me see, more or less the old teachings of the frostmoon scions and breaking away from that tradition, as well as opening their eyes to reality, I suppose would be the easiest way to describe that. Let me link it here. And so this was from HoYoLab. And it's very interesting because they've been doing this more and more with characters. They did it with Lauma, and they also did it with Flynn's a few days ago. So I would highly encourage everyone to also check that out because it's really interesting. So I feel with Golden Realm, Golden Tower, referencing Hyperborea. Here, referencing after their acts of blasphemy, the Satyr-Voinen and Koitar rebelling against the divine, and by specifically using the authority of creation, which is an incredible sin, ushered in dark blue nails, the celestial nails, to destroy Hyperborea in its entirety. Because the once praised apostle, this right here is in reference to the third descender. Excuse me, not the third, this Voyager, excuse me. I'm confusing Satyr-Voinen with Saarleinen, excuse me. The S names confused me for a second. And the god's first messenger was the first angel, daughter of the divine, or I believe she was also referred to as daughter of the dawn, maybe Dawnlight, something to that degree. So here we have both the Voyager and the first angel. They both vanished due to them both being, cursed and being separated for their acts of folly and rebellion. Those who survived by grace of being nowhere near the cities at this time only clung to life. And so everyone here who remained were led by the frostmoon herself, who I believe it's pronounced, it's Hurekutar. It's very, very long, but the name, I'm going to figure out how to pronounce it, because we know that the new moon, or Columbina, Damselet, etc., her name is Kutar, and the original frost moon's name is just Hurekutar. So I'm probably terribly butchering that, and I apologize, but this is who it's referring to. She helped guide these people from the northern hell that they were now subjected to. And whether she had an ulterior motive for that or not remains to be seen. But she did help them, and her tears became, according to legend, of course, the land that would become their new home. It reminds me a lot of, I believe it was either through, it might have been through the Flowers of Paradise Lost artifact set that also detailed similarly how Nabu Malikata, when she would move, or if she had, like, her tears became rivers. When she would walk, lilies blossom, like flowers blossom beneath her. So, but here, at this moment in time, this is when, and in my opinion, this implies that the three moons were still alive by this point, or at least the frost moon was, because she was able to guide them through. So it seems like Hurekutar was still alive after the fall of Hyperborea. So that's my understanding as well. That's what I believe this to be. Blood becoming flowers, tears becoming flowers, having a certain flower motif with angels. Yes, exactly. The frost-covered soil of the far north. And they would call themselves the frostmoon scions. This is so sad. Oh my goodness. Purple, thank you. Happy 5th anniversary. If it wasn't for Genshin, I wouldn't have the friends I do now. Aw, I completely agree. Thank you for subscribing for 38 months. Oh my God, it's been 38 million years. Thank you so, so much. That means a lot. It's comfy Genshin lore streaming hours. Thank you as always. It's been forever. Yes, it has been forever. And so now we'll move on to the feather. Pristine plume of the blessed, I believe. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror. But when the new moon had yet to rise, oh, excuse me, let me repeat that. That was a time when the Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. This is the story of two sisters who, born defective products, were never meant to be blessed. In the moonlight, an undisturbed sanctuary for strangers, the fragile souls shared a single breath. In the brief moments between agonies, moments that should have been filled with joy, they huddled together, drawing what little warmth they could from each other. They had never seen their parent, and nor had they ever heard the wind whispering through the groves. The two of them had only their grandmother, and the only way they'd seen the world was through the pages of a faded storybook. Its brittle, yellowed pages, torn and tattered, revealed to them a world they'd never seen. There it was, a single white bird, a streak of grace, gliding beneath a perfect moon. As they admired the free creatures of the fairy tales, the two children made a promise to each other. One day, the two of them would fly together like the white birds in the vast sky. Since the day we were born, it's always been just the two of us. When the day comes for us to leave, let's live the rest of our lives together. Many years later, one of them broke their promise, leaving for a faraway place alone. But alas, this was no flight toward a brighter future, but a fall into a much darker night. With her went half the dream and half the pain meant for them both. Isla, later to become the first moon chanter, began to endure twice the torment from that day on. So you lied to me all along as well, my older sister, the only one I ever truly trusted. But I won't resent you. I have long lost hope for the skies beyond. And it is here we begin the darkness. So, removing that comment I made. Again, to those who may not be familiar, in the lore heavy, or one of the many lore heavy quests in nod-krai version Luna 1, specifically, you learn about it more through echoes of an unfinished past. There are two twins, and I would be shocked if people were confused, because they were very, very clever in how there are two characters, Isla and Alia. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing both of their names, but they're twin sisters. And if at times it may have seemed like there was a typo or something, they're two completely separate entities. Reminds me of that story Venti told us way back at the start. It also had two white birds. Yes, dove imagery is incredibly important, and we see that with Putad herself. She's represented obviously with the frostmoon, or by the frostmoon, but with doves as well. And doves representing freedom, at least in the case of frostmoon scions. So here, these two sisters were named Isla and Alia. They were born defective products, which of course is a great start, because that clearly means they're in a healthy environment. Here, and of course I'm joking, the frostmoon scions of old, this is very dark. It will become darker, so just as a disclaimer, if you don't want to be squeamish and things like that. These children were subject to very many terrible things. So keep in mind, they're twin sisters, Isla and Alia. Here, we read that one of them left in quotations, because Isla became the first moon chanter. But because Alia left, she took on twice that torment, twice the burden, twice the duty. Yet she never hated her. Their grandmother is someone of import TM that I believe will be referenced further in this set. And if not by name, we'll go over extensively. Because I'm debating if I want to go over it now or if I want to wait until I complete the entire set. But yes, it is not a typo, and the story does get darker. So, let me make sure. Yes, I think I'll actually read through this, and then as it comes up, I'll add more context, because oh my goodness, sorry. I haven't had this much fun reading artifact sets in a while. So, Frost Devotee's Delirium. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. It was then that the great plan, carried through countless generations since the time of extinction, was on the verge of culmination. The bloodline, purified for over 1,000 years, would at last give birth to the chosen one, destined to reign over Elysium. The false sevenfold radiance of the high heavens would fall at her feet, and the bones of the earth would rise to follow her. For from her would spring union with the world, and from her the world's first great cause be rebuilt. That was the sacrosanct duty that had been passed down to the daughters of the far north. So it should have been. So it should have been. But on a moonless, snowbound night, the girl chosen to bear the sacred air met the boy from the northern realm, and in his eyes, as clear as winter's day, she beheld a reflection of a self she had never known. This unfamiliar stirring was enough to make the holy woman turn her back on her destiny for that young officer from afar. for this new feeling, this foolishness called love, she cut off her bloodstained antler crown and cast it down upon the snowy earth. If we remember during the Archon quest, what it means for someone to cut off their antlers. The fallen one, who had betrayed her own people, ultimately failed to fulfill her destined duty. She was captured by a spy sent by the mad monk and was soon to be returned to the homeland she was meant to love. But as she looked down at the officer by her feet, crimson pooling beneath him, she drew the dagger to her throat and one final fatal kiss. And so, the woman who failed to bear the sacred air was buried in haste, her death forestalling the prophecy. Fortunately, the leaders of every generation had long prepared for a premature end of such a blessed lady. Lovia, the then archpriestess, swiftly turned to a lesser branch of the bloodline for spares. But the twin sisters born of this lineage were a pale shadow of the one that they were meant to replace. Hundreds of years might now have to pass before another child of sufficient purity was born. Seeing the glory of the great endeavor slip from her grasp like dissipating dew, the antler-crowned archpriestess, maddened by anguish and obsession, hatched a terrible scheme. Why wait for the 1,000 winds to sweep through several generations? If they were too impure, their flesh and blood too weak to bear the radiance of true moonlight? Did the frostmoon's boom not linger faintly and all redacted? Then let redacted purify their redacted. Thus, in the name of flawless moonlight, the priestess committed an act so profane that even the mistress of the frostmoon would recoil in horror at the blasphemy. So, who remembers the darkness of the Sun Children in Enkanomia? Because we're on that level. So, let's dissect this piece. Does Loki parallels with the first angel in the Voyager? Yes, it does. Many cases we have star-crossed lovers that are cursed or doomed to die, or some tragedy befalls them. So first and foremost, the bloodline purified for over 1,000 years. If this sounds very intense, it's because it is, because very old frostmoon scions members specifically, they wanted to keep their bloodline pure, quote unquote, so that they would be able to give birth to the new moon. That they would have a select holy maiden give birth to their new god. Through this, they would have the most extreme cases of selecting who could marry who would be involved with who, and everything to that effect. Everything would be monitored, everything would be watched. It is very dark in the sense of, we're going to keep the bloodline pure. So if you're going to, of course, everything that implies is exactly what it implies. So they want to produce as many pure-blooded, purified, holy maidens for however long they must in order to resurrect or revive the frostmoon. They want all of them to be Llama specifically. Yes, they want every single person. They want multiple Llama. We need to keep the bloodline pure. We need to do X, Y, and Z. If it's very alarming, it's because it is. It is very uncomfortable, and this is what the frostmoon scions did, which is fitting because it's called the Frost Devotee's Delirium. Oh, this ties into that one note from the World Quest, right? Yes, it does. I've seen many people obviously meme about that, like, oh my god, I can't ever marry Lauma. And once you really break it apart, you understand the extremes and the desperation, the panic, the everything that the Frostmoon Scions went through in order to more or less create their perfect holy maiden to give birth to their sacred heir. Joyous glory of the pure. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. The descendants of the far north could no longer hear the divine teachings of the high heavens, and they were consumed by burning wrath, just like the days of old. No one knew how to forge anew the marvel the apostle of the Golden City had revealed to their ancestors. Yet the ambitions of the exiled, the ambitions of mortals, were more unyielding than ever than even those of the gods. Should one lose the reliquary that could overnight till 10,000 acres of fertile land upon the dark, misty sea of ice, then pen wild oxen into the furrows so that one may conquer the tundra inch by inch with fire, hoe, and sickle. Should one lose the arrow that can strike down the gods and pierce even that false sky, then forge the plowshare into sword and blade, and the sickle and hoe into spear and halberd, then let blood be the lantern that dispels the darkness. And should the authority of creation, gifted by the highest of angels, be broken, then one must govern the proliferation of the countless generations that follow by the crudest primordial means remaining, that is, through law. So it must remain until blood thinned by disaster and exile is purified into holy seed, and mortal descendants are born as perfect beings, fully one with the world. The perseverance and determination of all living creatures would eventually overcome all calamity, or at least that is what they firmly believed. After all, those who have planned the future of their people rarely have to suffer the slings and arrows of their content. Here, drink this pure moonlight, my beloved child, my most cherished child. Let it weave into your flesh and blood so that you too may be worthy of the God's grace. Look to the apostle of the Golden City, how he drank bitter wine and fought for the freedom of his compatriots. Like him, you must embrace this joyous pain, for from it, perfection will one day be born. The two could no longer tell what filled the ancient silver goblet, but if the kindly grandmother said so, then it must also be the will of the gods. Yes, all to sculpting perfection, to fulfill a wish that had endured 1,000 years. For the sake of the prophesied Elysium and the king destined to descend upon the world, impurity and trial had first to be transcended. So once again, we have gone even deeper into the methods that the frostmoon scions, and specifically through Lovia, subjected these two twins to. There's almost the same phrase as the one in the finale of the Deep Galleries, the one about the eyes. Oh, I need to, because I just read all of this again, I'm forgetting where the eye part was. Let me find it really quickly. I also want to say the writing for these sets, phenomenal. I absolutely adore the madness. I think it's the easiest way to speak of it. So from the goblet, by this point, the frostmoon scions have been filled with anguish and wrath. And through this, they are continuing to perpetuate their pure bloodline through whatever means necessary. And in an effort to in order to keep their civilization afloat, to make sure that their clan will persist, they will do whatever it takes. But they will be the most extreme in their traditions to make sure that everyone is perfect. And when they have the frost moon herself, when the new moon is born, she will be she will be perfection. Just reading this kind of high key makes me shiver. I understand why Wilhelmina would go to the Fatui. I empathize with her a lot. Excuse me. I empathize with her greatly because I can understand not wanting to be a part of a family or people who, one, will not accept you, but also are very dangerous. And by dangerous, I mean in the sense of these traditions that we're upholding, or this whatever quote unquote plan, whatever we're trying to do is not good. This is harmful. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. This is abhorrent. I no longer want to be a part of it. Now, in Wilhelmina's case, she didn't necessarily have to go to the Fatui specifically. She could have just removed herself from being a frostmoon scion altogether. But I think it's still just as important because it highlights the differences in, I never want, like, I still have some degree of honor, just as when she cut off her horns, because if you betray the scions, you need to cut your your antlers. But when you look between Lauma and Wilhelmina, Lauma wishes to change the frostmoon scions from within, as someone who is quote unquote regarded as the pure, like the purest, most beautiful, like the pinnacle of what the frostmoon scions wanted to be. They wanted to produce so many of these individuals like Lauma so that they could restore themselves to their former glory, when it's highly unlikely they will ever reach that because of how things have changed. So, and for Lauma herself, she says, we can't continue like this. As a people, we cannot do this. We are praying to falseness. We are continuing traditions that are very harmful to us. We have closed ourselves off. We have isolated ourselves, and we are not truly seeing the bigger picture. She's still rightfully, she is a frostmoon scion, and she loves her people. She has so much love for them, nature, and the world. But you can only, it's very difficult when you see the damage your family is doing to itself in order to perpetuate whatever tradition or whatever means, especially for how extreme the frostmoon scions are. We have to restore our nation. We were displaced, but we can do it again. All we have to do is make sure that everything is perfect. And if we have to go through the most extreme means, we will do that. And when you unpack much of this, it's very layered. Their desire to restore their nation, its relation to its former glory, reminds me a bit of the Abyss Order and their fervent desire to bring back Conria. Yes, it's very, I think if not necessarily one-to-one parallels, but the patterns are there. It's very cyclical. It's very, we've been here before, and now we're going to see how this is in this flavor. The extremes of what peoples will do in order to restore themselves to their former glory. One of the, this paragraph here also is very haunting in the sense of, we're going to make sure, regardless of whatever we have to do, make sure you're ready. I will say the most chilling part, I think, of this entire set to me is Lovia, the grandmother, telling the twins to drink this quote unquote pure moonlight. It is not explicitly stated, but I personally interpret this as she is having these children drink the blood of the more pure or higher purity, quote unquote, members of the frostmoon scions. Because through this way, it's woven into their flesh and blood. You will be worthy of the God's embrace. You will be one step closer and closer to perfection, which I think even here when she says all to sculpting perfection. If we can just make sure that everyone is perfect and we can restore ourselves. Listen, little ones. Very, yeah. But that's just my interpretation. Perhaps someone else interpreted a different way. Also, give me just a moment because I definitely need to eat something. I'm so sorry. I need to grab something to eat. So, perhaps not the best time to start eating when it's discussion about children being forced to drink the blood of their purest bloodline members. But boy and Kanomiya, are we back. The blood being silver is such a specific choice. I can't see this as anything other than blood. Well, yeah, and that's where I'm getting at. Like, if someone interpreted it as something separately, I'd be open to open for discussion there. But drink this pure blood. Drink this pure moonlight. Weave it into your flesh and blood. It's truly madness. Truly madness. And if anything, it just makes me very sad for the children who had to experience this even more. Holy Crown of the Believer. That was a time when Frost's gentle light had long shattered like a silver mirror, but when the new moon had yet to rise. The god's ancient blessing, like a lone spark on the vast tundra, eventually flickered out. As the heavenly moon passed from the sky, the earth that could not become the moon began to wither. The great deeds miracle workers did in years past had faded into vaporous prayers, and those prayers were now the silent worries of the masses. In those crumbling moonless nights, even a holy woman of the purest blood was hard-pressed to weave the flowing light into a song that could move the world, as her ancestors once did. No matter how fervently the ancestors of the far north once vowed to follow their departed gods, their descendants, mortals, in the sublunary sphere, lived lives as fleeting as a flickering flame. In days long gone, when one could still behold holy women and archpriestesses channeling the grace of the gods, people yet believed the new moon would one day arise from the shattered light. And so, when the last glimmer of grace had faded and miracles were no longer witnessed, the line between so-called faith and so-called lies in turn grew as thin and fragile as the morning mist. Legend has it that the antler crown of the moon chanters today was a gift from the frost moon at the moment of its obliteration. The silver tree was splintered, and and bereft of white branches they might find, the priesthood pleaded for new coronals. Out of pity, the mistress of the moon wove holy crowns for them out of flawless moonlight, ones innate to their birth. That was why the last archpriestess chose to forge her circlet from cold, pure iron. The young Lovia was just a priestess then, one who had never once witnessed a moonlit blessing, and she dreamed that such lies that deceived others and oneself alike could still bind the unfaithful believers together. Decades later, when the false antlered crown sank into the foul, corrupt blood, that which reflected in her eyes was still not the flawless moonlight, but the frigid night swallowed whole by her own shadow. I'm catching this stream as I hop on a train, lore on the go. Yep, we're getting through Frostmoon Scion's lore first, and just unpacking piece by piece. We all support Lauma. Oh, absolutely. We support Lauma in this house, in this stream, in this community, everywhere. So from the Holy Crown, it's more or less, I will not summarize all of it, but through the passages that we read, it's once again just the complete, not destruction, but the falling of the Frostmoon Scions and their very, very, throughout everything that they've done, everything is withering. Their plan, of course, is not following true. And it's very, very, what's the word? I don't want to say it was all for nothing, but it was kind of all for nothing. Is that being shady? Is that being rude? I don't want to undermine the Holy Crown here. But something that's just so bittersweet and also poetic is how Lovia, who forced Isla and Alia to drink blood of her pure-blooded family members, because there's all sorts of inbreeding and keeping the blood pure and all of that to produce their sacred heir. She did all of this, and she was never blessed with the moonlight, and she had to craft her own crown out of iron. As someone who was raised in a religious family, I really appreciated Wilhelmina's arc, even if I disagree with her aligning with the colonial force involved too. I agree. Lama was so right to tell her people the truth. Tell her people the truth, but it's so hard to talk to your family about things that challenge your beliefs and faith. Exactly. I would 100,000% agree, because I think in many cases one could interpret, of course, obviously moving the fantasy aspect of it, how so much of Lauma's story, in addition to the frostmoon scions as a whole, and again removing like the extremities asterisk, very like a lot of religious trauma. So, and religious trauma, family trauma, where Lauma desperately wants to help her family. She wants to help the frostmoon scions move forward. She's so compassionate and understanding. And even during the Ark Conquest, when we experienced her doing her best to help a very sickly child and needing to use so much of her energy and power, and then believing, oh, it's because, you know, you're pure, you're blessed, you know, blessed be the moon chanter, and the burdens placed on her. It's the sheer power that she has, removing the whole, she's the product of the most extreme, the extremities that the frostmoon scions have done. It's the amount of love and bravery and courage that Lauma had, especially when she had to confront her family in, I love you all dearly, but I need you to wake up and please listen to me. Because of course, when she, in the Ark Conquest, talked about it with the Traveler, my immediate thought was, depending on how the frostmoon scions really move, she could potentially be hurt. How dare you go against tradition? How dare you do X, Y, and Z? Not only will we exile you, and we will no longer associate with you, you are no longer a part of us, or we may hurt you or kill you in one way or another. So, as we learned more about her through the Ark Conquest, not only did I have the highest respect for her, but she took it upon herself to, because she had asked the Traveler this, if you had a secret that you knew would hurt or upset your family, what would you do? And that's a very deep question, because everyone has a different family life. Everyone has their own histories, possible traumas, and things of that nature. So for Lauma to go through that and they explore more of the frostmoon scions' history, I think is very, very interesting, and I really appreciated it as I continue to learn more about it and revisit. I expected her to be exiled. I'm not going to lie. I also expected that. I expected them to be like, not only are they very set in their ways, but I don't know what you're talking about. You need to get out of here. And if you don't get out of here, we unfortunately will kill you. And then they probably, like, I think of what we just read here, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the more extreme members resorted to what Lovia did and have children or the rest of the family partake in Lauma's remains by drinking her blood or whatever else. That could be a bit too dark, but I mean, I'm reading this. So of course, they wouldn't have shown all of that in the Ark Conquest, but I can't help but wonder, because I really thought she was either going to be exiled or be attacked in some way. But they had a much more diplomatic ending of some people left because they could not handle that, having their truth questioned to that degree, while others remained, and they're slowly attempting to move forward with the reality that Lauma has presented them. To be honest, as cruel as it be, I kind of hope we get more problems in the future Archon quest. Oh no, I mean, you need conflict to some degree. Everything can't be peachy keen always. And I don't think, like, I completely understand where Wilhelmina was coming from, for instance, and why she joined the Fatui. Do I agree with everything that she's done, may do? Absolutely not. But there is that source of empathy and compassion, again, at least for me, where I understand why you are no longer a part of it. I understand why people leave. In the darkest timeline, I would imagine that would happen. Yeah, for me, maybe it's because I'm just so used to certain forms of media, but I was not expecting Llama to really come out of their life, and I was not expecting the Scions to be like, all right, well, we have this vessel of pure moon chanter TM. I suppose we will now partake in this. We must continue our bloodline. What really hurt was seeing that one mother shunned any possibility of getting outside medicine with Shesnaya origins, even though it could help her daughter. So that was something I didn't discuss on stream previously because we were just, because I was just experiencing it live. But that is something that really, really tugged at the heart for me because, you know, I'm listening to the story and I'm like, how can you as a mother refuse to get help for your sickly, dying child because you don't trust X? And even Lauma was like, listen, we need help. We need help and we need to get the medicine. The mother refused to budge. And so Lauma had to use her own energy and healing to just buy time until they got medicine. And so for me, that was just a very powerful moment because not only did she, like, this is gonna be a Lauma glazing stream because the amount of the burden that Lauma had to face as someone in a family that refuses any outside help, any form of change, of course, until the end, it was so terrible. Wasn't her blood. Yes, she used, like, first she used her ability, her powers, then she used her blood. But it's also but what's also just so much more hurting is the fact that you do have people through, whether it's their own trauma or whether it's because of trauma, fear, etc., or their own prejudices, that refuse to get help when you need help because they don't trust other people. And then in some cases, they don't know any better because they've only been taught to, you can only trust X. And so, yeah, that's why for me, version Luna 1, Lauma was the absolute highlight for me by far, because I really, really appreciated the layers to the frostmoon scions as a whole. To be honest, I think that the frostmoon scions have a real respect for Lauma, so I can only imagine that this fact helped them to hear out Lauma. Yeah, and I think that's another thing too. If Lauma wasn't as respected, they just would have been like, who is this talking about the false guy? What are they on about? Lauma 1. Yeah, it's version Lauma 1. Luna 1 who? I only know Lauma. So, yeah, it's... Ugh. That indigenous suspicion of colonial tools and resources is so, like, living in Canada, that's so real. Well, and that's the thing. Because the mother was not completely... I empathize with the mother as well, because it's like, I can't trust them because look at what they're doing to our home. Why should I trust someone who is not only killing our people and taking our land, who come here and are so disruptive XYZ? Why should I take medicine from them? Why should I trust them? And I'm just like, ooh, am I Genshin Impact? Like the very empathetic and compassionate side of me is just like, please take the medicine, but also like, ooh, she's so right. Because if I was in her position, if I was constantly, our lives are in jeopardy because of the Fatui. Why would I the medicine, the quote unquote medicine may not even be medicine. Why would I want to disrupt our way of life? Because because they want to kill us. And Lauma, of course, saying like not every person is like that. And they're both correct. They're both correct in their own ways. So I feel like, oh, that's why I just love Lauma so much. Like, Lauma is up there in character writing for me. Like, I want to go on and on about how much I love Lauma because, my God, it's just the sheer. I just like the layers to her story and the frostmoon scions. So, excuse me. Oh my goodness. And then when I read this, I was so just fueled with so much anger, which is good. If you feel emotions in writing, obviously for various reasons, that's good. But I'm also just a very emotional person. So if I read things like this, I'm naturally gonna be like, excuse you? What did I just read? And I haven't even read Lauma's like lore yet. So, but I did want to read the notes here, and these notes are long. They are very long. So I'm going to drink some water and eat like a little bit before these texts because oh my goodness. Also, I strongly encourage everyone to do these quests, or this one specifically. If there's no quest right now you're going to do that. Because there's these texts, there's the artifact sets, then there's this, the sword. There's also the sword. I wonder if I should read the sword next, or should I read it after the notes? Oh my gosh, where is it? Help. Help, oh, here it is. I'm like, oh my gosh. Moonweaver's Dawn. I feel like I should read this last. I also haven't leveled it yet because I'm like, oh, it's kind of pretty right now. So I don't know what's gonna look like more ascended. I think the sword would be a good read next. Okay, do we want to read the sword next? Because I can. I don't mind either way. I wonder if we'll ever get more refinements for it. I think we will. Maybe they'll have an event, like a patch long event or so. Sorry guys, I'm eating really quickly. Okay. If I was in that mother's shoes, I would take the medicine at least the second time the child falls sick because I would trust Lauma. Interesting. I've seen some people give it to Skirk as a free-to-play weapon due to its passive that triggers when you have little energy. Oh, interesting. Actually, yeah, now that I look at the passive, that makes sense. But yes, let's read Moonweaver's Dawn next. Moonweaver's Dawn. An immaculate, sharp silver sword that can slice through armor like moonlight flowing through the empty night. According to legend, it is a divine blade, blessed by the first Moonchanter herself. Moonweaver's Dawn. That's so pretty. Okay. Moon imagery undefeated. Absolutely. We are in the land of the moon. Moon and star girlies are eating. Me, I'm eating. And most people here, I think, are moon girlies, so we thrive. All right. Moonweaver's Dawn. As you have always known, my Isla, my heart's child, my dearest, my most beloved, in our blood flows the purest silver light, and we alone are worthy to receive the grace of the frostmoon. You shall not wed the son of an outlander, for you are destined to bear the heir to Elysium for the people of the far north. The mistress of the frostmoon has already spun every path in the world with her silver thread, and all things now move in step with the thread's silent dance. Those were the days before the pitch-black calamities swept through the borderlands, when the archpriestess of the far north repeated her blasphemous and misguided deeds in vain. Perhaps out of excessive devotion to the gods, or because she had never believed in dead gods who never shed their light upon the world. There was, after all, no real difference between the two. Her grandmother, who had raised her, certainly never distinguished between them. The young handmaiden, with unwavering faithfulness, carried out every last one of the venerable archpriestess's commands. She never defied that kind and gentle old grandmother, no matter how dreadful the punishments cloaked by her soft words. Whether someone's thread was to be severed by a sharp silver blade, or another's singing voice must be silenced in the dead of night, all sins were born to purify the holy blood bestowed by the moon. For only by drinking crimson water could one hone absolute flawlessness. As you have always done, my Isla, my heart's child, my dearest, my most beloved, since he has put his trust in you, use your wisdom to guide him, set his heart on the right path, and lead him to the sanctuary. The man called Solove is nothing but a treacherous murderer, and yet he dares to seek our protection after all the wicked deeds he has committed. When he comes here, you will thrust your sword through his heart from behind to sever his venomous thread. The only response the archpriestess got, as ever as always, was silence, and those accustomed to silence from their followers always wind up taking it for consent. The handmaiden's lengthy years of obedience had long convinced the archpriestess that all the suffering brought on by impurity had never once stirred resentment in her. But of course, she was the Blessed One, the one destined to bear the sacred heir. Of course, she understood that the sacrifices she offered up were in service to a decree 1,000 years in the making. So, even as the pure silver blade pierced her back, the last archpriestess of the far north could not comprehend the source of the betrayal. Mr. Solove was right. You were just lying to us, Grandma Lovia. If that were not the case, why would you bleed dawn-light crimson rather than moonlit silver when your thread was cut? I love the Frostmoon Scion's lore. I just want to say right now, this is so, man, sorry, I just have to gush for a second. Through the heart is tough. I'm screaming. Isla really said, oh, well, I stabbed you and you're not bleeding silver blood. Why is that? Why is that? Queen, absolute queen. The sheer suffering she endured and killed Lovia, rightfully so. It's like, first and foremost, the weapon description. I love this. Listening to her grandmother, quote unquote, talk about you're the most pure, you're destined to bear the sacred heir. All of the sacrifices you present are for the greater good. It's for the best. These last like 7 lines, so good. It's not worth the, like, it's not enough compared to the sheer suffering and torment she went through. But at the very least, it's very metal. You were just lying to us. You were lying to us. And if you weren't lying, then why are you not bleeding moonlit silver? And I love this too. You bleed dawnlight crimson, not moonlit silver. So yeah, this was so good. Sorry. Frostmoon Scion lore is reaching Enka levels of peak. Oh, it is. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Actually, hold on. Let me do that. I just simply pray that Lalma doesn't scream. I say scream, but I think I have, wait, no, I think I have dialogue off actually. That should help. Yeah, I have dialogue off, never mind. He likes to play Why You Lying? Like, quite literally. Okay, so for those who have or have not done these quests, these texts are relatively lengthy. So we're going to go through them because they're very important. Dare I say, I feel the Frostmoon Scions lore is really up there for me personally, just like the Sun Children lore was. It's very good. Also for context, we are in the court of the first edict, and to those who may not be familiar, it's excuse me, it's also called Sanctum of the Oathbearer. This is where, like 5 centuries ago, the Frostmoon Scions held their rituals, offerings, and things of that nature. So let me take like a minute to just drink some water. I need something really quickly. Also, thank you for the redemption. I adjusted the points on the channel. Do you think Lovia was an actual Hyperborean? So I'm in the middle. I think she was a Hyperborean, but not, because she was obsessed with being like having pure-blooded Hyperboreans that could produce a sacred air. I'm in the middle. I feel like she could completely be an imposter who adopted the Hyperborean identity, but I also feel she is Hyperborean, but she was never, because she was never blessed by moonlight, that she just believed if doing enough would grant her like pure-blooded status, if that makes sense. Okay, yeah, give me like a minute. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for being patient. I should just make a BRB. I think I actually do have a BRB screen, but I need to find it. So, this makes sense. Like, she needs some kind of connection for sure to be invested in their prosperity. And going to the extreme she did. Well, that's why I think she's in one of two camps. I do feel she is a Hyperborean. I don't necessarily think she's like an abyssal being who's like wearing the skin of anyone or anything like that. I think she is just a Hyperborean who was not pure-blooded enough, TM, quote unquote. And so she became obsessed with perpetuating their bloodline. Just arrived. Has she read the Monty Python reference yet? I have not. I don't think so. I just got here. Also, hi, Java. So, now that I've hydrated, I'm going to continue with this tattered volume. So, tattered volume. This appears to just be an ordinary fairy tale in which a kind-hearted girl makes friends with a white pigeon, after which they travel the world together. Some of the pages have been torn out for reasons unknown, and the ink has been completely faded. The cover has beautiful golden words inscribed on the Keatsgrad Publishing excuse me, words inscribed on it. Keatsgrad Publishing House. I will come back to this because I feel like there's just going to be there's more. Also, thank you for the hydration redeems. Get Flynn's, also hope you're all well. Oh, nice. We actually have not made it to, well, the artifacts that he will be using, not necessarily about him. But welcome, Kent. So, Ancient Volume. And this is 3 pages. Ancient Volume, page 1. According to the teachings left by the Apostle of the Golden City, all matters must be governed by reason alone, untainted by sentiment, for mortal tongues cannot articulate the sacred mysteries, and frail emotion will only profane the words of the ancestors. In service of a pure and exalted ideal for the future of the scions of the far north, ellipses, these actions are as justified as they are necessary. This decree has been approved by Lovia, humble handmaiden of the frostmoon, and the ellipsieth archpriestess since the fall of Hyperborea. Decree, I can't remember this number, alternative plan for the sacred heir's selection. All of the content that follows has been erased and cannot be read. 963, thank you. I literally zoned. I was like, oh, I don't remember. Let me not. Let me not try. Thank you very much. I need to brush up on Roman numerals. In accordance with the teachings of the Apostle of the Golden City, all matters concerning craftsmanship and secret rites must be recorded without the taint of personal sentiment, for mortal tongues cannot articulate the sacred mysteries, and frail emotion would only profane the words of our ancestors. Do not seek to understand what lies beyond mortal intellect. Simply recite the ancient prayers with a sincere heart so that the purity of the blessings may endure. This decree was issued by Serenade, humble handmaiden of the frostmoon and 13th archpriestess since the fall of Hyperborea. It is not to be defied. In the name of the mistress of the frostmoon, the ancient laws, once obscure and difficult to understand, are now set forth in clear and concise terms, lest the faithful falter or be led astray. Decree 3. Elysium and the prophecy of the sacred heir. Let the children of the Hyperborea guard their sacred bloodline from defilement, for the heir of Elysium is destined to one day arrive. It is hereby forbidden to marry one's closest kin. That is to say, no union shall be permitted between blood relatives. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with someone from a clan that has committed blasphemy. It is forbidden to enter the marriage from someone with a clan that has taken the life of an innocent. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with someone from a clan that has broken its oath. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with someone from a clan that does not bear an antlered crown. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with someone from a clan that has committed parricide. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with any person disturbed of mind. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with the descendants of the Fae. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with a person not of the faith. It is forbidden to enter into marriage with an outlander. Marriage is a most sacred act of virtue and must be kept pure. Therefore, let no unclean act stain our bloodline. Let no action be taken to incur the displeasure of the mistress of the frostmoon, and let no one betray their oaths. Whoever enters into marriage must first obtain the permission and blessing of the archpriestess, lest a curse befall their bloodline. Said curse shall plague their bloodline for 7 generations, and then for 7 more. Whosoever breaks this oath shall have their horns severed with the silver blade. They who have been marked thus shall be cast into their lightless night. Hear now the ancient prophecy. In the fullness of time, Elysium shall come, and with it, the sovereign ordained to rule over it shall appear. The false 7-hood radiance of the high heavens shall fall at her feet, and the bones of the earth shall rise to follow her. For from her shall spring union with the world, and from her shall the first great cause be rebuilt. Let these words of wisdom find root in your heart, and neglect not the sanctity of your blessed bloodline. Decree 6, Offerings of the Sampo Mill. The children of Hyperborea shall guard the sacred treasure forged by the apostle of the Golden City at all costs. Let it be known that the relic that is the Sampo Mill is a sacred work, for its blessing yields unending gold, grain, and salt. Only the prophesied sacred air shall have the power to rouse the mill and thus bring forth an Elysium of eternal abundance for us all. According to the revelation of our ancestors, the mill shall be sealed within a holy sanctum to preserve it from taint and desecration until the appointed time, when the sacred air is born at last. All followers below the rank of priestess shall not enter the holy sanctuary wherein the mill is sealed. Those who violate this precept shall have a curse befall their bloodline. Said curse shall plague their bloodline for 7 generations, and then for 7 more. Before sowing in spring, an offering of wheat, goat's milk, and salt must be made unto the Sampo Mill, lest famine befall you. At least one priestess shall be designated to chant prayers to the mill day and night to ensure a bountiful harvest and enduring prosperity. Decree 10, Offering to the Arrow of Turpic. Actually, I feel like I'm going to go through all of these independently, just because in sections it's going to be easier. So before I go with the third one, I feel like this doesn't even really need to be spoken of too in depth, since I kind of went over it previously in stream, where the sheer extremities of, in order to keep this bloodline, this is who you can marry, this is who you can and cannot marry. So, I should have did this previously, but I was so engrossed. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry, it's like so hot in my room. So, first and foremost, all of these teachings that they mention or they repeat were all taught to them by the apostle. The apostle themselves is Sedervoinen, who was the Voyager. Everything that they do, in which they are continuing these teachings, must be due specifically through rationale. No personal or emotional attachments, but everything in order to ensure this purity, the purity of the frostmoon. Which I find so interesting because the Voyager wasn't human, and I always find it interesting for humans attempting to only view things from a very rational perspective from someone who is not, who will have a different perspective of how things should or should not be, and how they view the world specifically. I also appreciate seeing do not seek to understand what lies beyond mortal intellect due to the limited knowledge that humans have. Yet at the same time, we know through history, mortals love going beyond their limitations. And 9 times out of 10, it involves the abyss. But again, forbidden acts, forbidden knowledge, things. Of course, this isn't forbidden knowledge in this case. It's just do not do more than what mortal intellect can understand. And this is so funny. This is so funny to me because it's like, oh, humans, they are too emotional. You cannot do any of these teachings. They literally like, don't try it. Don't try it. We will get giga murked. HP is looking at it. It very much is an arrogation of mankind moment. It is. Oh my goodness. This decree was issued by Serenade, handmaiden of the frostmoon. So, from Serenade, excuse me, sorry. It is forbidden to marry one's closest kin. It cannot be through blood relatives. You can't marry someone who's committed blasphemy, so any acts of creation, forbidden knowledge, none of that. You can't marry someone whose clan has broken an oath, taken the life of an innocent, does not bear a crown, committed parricide, disturbed of the mind. I feel like that's so ableist. I am ill. So ridiculous. I digress. Descendants of the Fae. Wild. Absolutely wild. But it makes sense considering their extremities. You cannot marry an outlander. We saw what happens there. But that's so funny. Because Cedar Voynin is a voyager and is an outlander. Being Faeist couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Like, they said you cannot marry an outlander, and you especially. The thing is, they didn't even say just outlander. They said Fae specifically. Which is so interesting considering, if memory serves correct. Let me not. I think I'm gonna get ahead of myself. I'll wait, but this is just interesting to me. They don't want people marrying Flynns. Well, too bad, Jam. That is a too bad. That's actually wild. Who wouldn't want to marry Flynns? Ghost written by Lilu Far, please. I'm screaming. Also, sorry for peeking my microphone there. Marriage is a most sacred act of virtue and must be kept pure. Oh, the religious trauma is just seeping out of this. I think that's so fun. Like, okay. I'll go into Fae talk once we get to certain conversation, but I mean, Hyperboreans created the Fae. It's basically like marrying your alchemical creation. See, sorry, goodness. Excuse me for just a moment. I need to drink some water. All jokes aside, I do understand what they say. Don't marry a Fae, because the Fae were created by the Hyperboreans and they were their servants, so. This has me all the more excited to read Flynn's lore. I will not go on a tangent about Flynn's right now because this is frostmoon scion's territory, but just know, we will get there. So yes, all teasing and jokes aside, this is not unfounded. Given what we just read, it falls into line their practices. So, actually, okay. I believe, yes, I read this. So, the children of Hyperborea shall guard the sacred treasure forged by the apostle. So the apostle in this case, of course, is referring to the Voyager. And this relic that they created blessed them with limitless gold, grain, and salt, and they needed to guard it with their life. And only the sacred air could rouse this mill. The mill shall be sealed within a holy sanctum to preserve it from the taint and desecration until the appointed time. All followers below shall not enter the holy sanctuary, or they will be cursed and their bloodline cursed. I'm curious about this. I'm curious about the sacred relic, about this more TM. I think I will have more to say about this as I continue to read, because I actually haven't read these all in full. Decree 10, offering the arrow of Turpicuranos? I have to practice saying this. Was it Turpicuranos? I'm just going to say Turpicuranos, so I apologize if I butchered that. But it's given Greek. Shout out Enkanomia again. I'm just going to keep saying Enkanomia. So Decree 10, offering to the heir of Turpicuranos. The children of Hyperborea shall revere the heir of Turpicuranos without fail. Let it be known that this relic, forge of pure light, is a bow and arrow that can pierce the manifold darkness of the frozen night. You shall mix the sacred oils in the following manner prescribed by the rites of the ancestors. Take up a clean silver vessel free from all dust and water, for defilement is the root of all corruption. Take the fat of a lamb, clear and pure, and warm it over a gentle fire. It must not be too hot or too cool. Do not bring it to a boil. Add sulfur, salt, sawdust, and wax in their proper order while stirring with great care. Stir until the substances inside the vessel are of one uniform color. The number for your counting shall be 7 hours. 6 you shall not count. Neither count you 8, excepting that you should count to 7. 5 and 9 are right out. Then anoint your bow and arrows with the holy oil, and your arrows shall snuff out the pitch black foe, shattering them like plates of silver. Oh my god, Monty Python. Oh my gosh. 3. As soon as I read, like, wait, this is Monty Python. This is so silly. I wonder if the Sampo mill will have main Archon level relevance. Maybe something that the Fatu would be interested in acquiring. So because they are placing Royal Quest information in the main Archon quest, I would not be shocked if it is. And in fact, I would kind of anticipate it. Because something this powerful that was created by the Voyager from another planet, etc., being able to produce limitless gold and assist them in their harvest, I feel like this is something like its power has to be some form of source that would be, it would be very useful. However, I feel like it wouldn't, we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. The people yearn for the iridescent moon, crimson moon lore. Oh, yes, they do. This is just page 2. Okay, what about page 3? Page 3 is going to be a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'll pick it apart piece by piece. So this is very lengthy. Well, all of the notes are lengthy. So let me drink some water and then we will begin. To be fair, that the apocalypse device in Natlan was never brought up in the Archon quest. You make a good point, Venus. You do. It was, well, was it never brought up? I'm struggling to remember if it was like hinted at all or referenced. But the Huitzi Lepochtli was such a serious sacred device that, my goodness, it may not have been referenced in the Archon quest. I'm just struggling to remember everything. I love how there's a world-ending button in Natlan. Fanny's asleep. It's fine. He'd just make another Tavat. And he'd just make another false sky all over again. Smile. Turbicaranus is a reference to Turbicranos, a title associated to Zeus. Excuse me, to Zeus, meaning he who delights in thunderbolts. That makes sense. And that's actually interesting because when I read that it was an arrow, I'm like, oh, so we're talking about a powerful arrow of pure light. My mind either went to lightning bolt or like moon arrow kind of situation. It wasn't, and to be honest, I don't see how it would have, since it was mostly something known by the dragons at the time. Okay, yeah, actually that makes sense. I was struggling to remember if it was actually there or not. But like you said, because the information about just dragon information, their lore is, as we've all seen, is highly restricted or sealed away or erased or removed in some fashion. That makes sense, Taban. All right. Ancient volume, page 3. A thick stack of papers, hidden by an unknown someone in a secret compartment inside the back cover. In accordance with the statutes laid down by ellipses, all matters concerning mechanicos and technicos shall be recorded objectively, concisely, and untainted by personal sentiment. Thus shall we guard against the distortion of truth via subjectivity, that the knowledge we possess may be transmitted with clarity to future generations and serve the welfare of our people to the fullest possible extent. The contents of this document have been approved by, I'm going to say Spargoporus? This is so Greek. So I apologize, Greek enthusiasts, like mythology-wise, I'm terribly mispronouncing these. Spargoporus of Haxothrasa? I'm going to say, yeah. So yeah, give me a moment to like get in my mind to pronounce it. The contents of this document have been approved by I cannot pronounce this name properly. Spargoporus. I see the gap in the middle and it just throws me off. I'm so sorry. The contents of this document have been approved by Spargoporus of Haxothrasa. All members of the order, beginning with the executive priest, shall commit its contents to memory and observe the prescribed procedures without deviation until their reconstruction of civilization has reached 5/7 completion. For further details, consult Technicus Manual I-330. Okay. If these words have reached your eyes, let it be known that you have completed the foundational disciplines of Mechanicos or Technicos and are hereby elevated to the rank of Executive Priest. Congratulations are in order. Regrettably, your newly acquired title is not a privilege, but a burden of duty, hardship, and silent suffering borne for this realm and countless lives she shelters. You are destined to offer all of your youth and your life to preserve the last embers of civilization. Yet even with your final breath, you may never behold the frostmoon's radiant light, nor see the dawn break once more upon our beautiful homeland, for the lights of the far north have been extinguished, and countless generations are condemned to cower in darkest night. No miracle has ever graced the tainted sublunary sphere, and tears have never delivered our kin from sorrow. Then what purpose, if any, lies in all that you shall do from this moment hence? I suppose, then, it is for an ethereal dream, a dream of countless tomorrows, for an infinity of futures yet unborn. Only through our blood, our tears, and our toil shall our children be granted the chance to behold the glorious era and the lost Elysium we once knew. On that day, none shall weep for suffering, nor fear hunger or cold. All beings shall love one another as brothers and sisters, and all shall dwell in joy and peace. This shall be our final and greatest dream, that our kin shall no longer be mired in superstition and barbarism. For the hope once envisioned by gods and mortals alike, we must push forward. There is no path but through. Sear these wounds into your mind before you proceed to read the assessment records and operating procedures. Hold fast to our dream of tomorrow, and let not its light be dimmed by the dust of neglect. Spargaparus of Haxathralsa, acting Archpriestess of Hyperborea. I am sorry for my microphone peaking there, but I appreciate the email. I appreciate her being like, yeah, you're going to dedicate all your youth and everything to this, and you may not get anything from it. So, congrats. Protocol 3, Final Evaluation on Bloodline Selection and Purification. Upon evaluation and confirmation by Acting Archpriestess and the Senior Executive Technicos Priestess, the Seed of Life Project from the Hyperborea era, henceforth referred to as the Sacred Air Project, has been deemed to no longer be viable within the bounds of its original planned parameters. The priest who led the project, Vinda of Hythenthralsa, has passed beyond, and the essential technicos processes and mechanicos apparatuses required for the continuation were lost in the fall of Hyperborea. These include, but are not limited to, the process of ellipses, cutting and modification, the process of ellipses, creation and reconstruction, the ellipses and ellipses processes which were of the Fae, the adaptive ellipses editing process, ellipses. The aforementioned technicos processes are, at present, irreproducible. After due deliberation, the following alternative protocol has been deemed acceptable. The purification of existing ellipses is to be performed through controlled artificial selection, using methods primitive and inefficient. The phenotypic stability of each generation shall be recorded. Then, from this data, the most suitable pairs for union shall be identified, and non-coercive means employed to persuade the parties to join in union. Should persuasion fail to meet the criteria detailed in Technicos Manual O-90, promptly proceed to the next priority match and continue in like fashion. To minimize risk of disease, the bloodline proximity index of all breeding pairs shall not exceed ellipses. Accordingly, no individual shall be joined in union if they share common ancestry within 5 generations. This course of action is expected to yield outcomes approaching the original objective after ellipses, successive generations of refinement and selection. At such time, the one prophesied, the newborn sacred heir, shall arise. Without the need for ritual implements, nor the forfeiture of their soul, this heir shall command the pure, unaltered elemental forces at will, and shall at last attain fusion with the world. Note: in light of projected population growth and the limits of environmental carrying capacity, it is anticipated that the practice of widespread artificial breeding may be terminated after 7 generations. Therefore, limited intermarriage with select outlanders may then be sanctioned. Details in Technicos Manual I-1012. Furthermore, it is hereby affirmed that once the continuity of civilization has been assured, the descendants of the far north shall be granted the sovereign right to determine their own destinies. Wondering what this sounds like. Protocol 6. The subatomic assembling mass energy patterning orb, sealed. This stands for SAMPO. S-A-M, I'm ignoring the E, P-O. The project of constructing the supremely advanced Mechanicos construct was personally overseen by Ellipses and is not fully understood at this time. It was designed to reconstruct matter at the subatomic scale, or to transmute matter directly into stable energy, which would then be released in the form of ellipses. This immediately makes me think of phlogiston and how its essence is that of computronium. This is very fascinating to me. The frostmoon scions are really going hard on their selective breeding project. Of all the known highest tier Mechanicos constructs dating to the time of Hyperborea, only the subatomic assembling mass energy producing patterning orb, hereafter referred to as SAMPO, has endured to the present age. Its structure remains largely intact, granting it immense symbolic significance. However, a formal evaluation by the acting archpriestess and the senior executive Mechanicos priestess has determined that the device, in its current state, is no longer functional. The collaborative control module connected to the device was lost during the fall of Hyperborea and cannot be replicated with existing technologies. In the absence of the module, proper activation of the SAMPO is impossible, and it is presumed that even a forced restart would fail to correctly reconfigure said device. Refer to appendix for details. After due deliberation, it is resolved that the device shall be sealed indefinitely, with no reevaluation of its activation viability for a period of ellipses generations. All personnel without explicit authorization from the archpriestess may not breach the seal. This will prevent unnecessary accidental damage to the device. Note: the senior executive Mechanicus priestess, Ariapethia Amasagate, has proposed a theoretically viable bypass protocol, namely the controlled input of ellipses realm energy, or ellipses realm energy, referred to Mechanicos Manual D-503 for the possibility of the latter, at a specific carrier frequency, which may circumvent the collaborative control module and forcibly initiate the SAMPO. Upon formal evaluation, however, the proposed method was determined to pose unacceptable safety risks, with the probability of system destabilitation and insinuating ellipses exceeding ellipses. In light of these findings, the original decision shall stand. Protocol 10, the Arrow of Terpicronos. Goodness, apologies. The subject of the project is a low-tier Mechanicos device of the Hyperborea era, designed to solidify ellipses realm energy into a semi-crystalline polymeric form. Once stabilized, the material is subjected to a high-frequency ellipses spiral acceleration and subsequently launched, thereby purging a designated area of ellipses realm energy contamination. The acting archpriestess and the senior executive Mechanicos priest have jointly affirmed that the device's remanufacture is viable. This work shall proceed under the oversight of Senior Executive Mechanicos Priestess Aryapathia of Massagatay, with a prototype device projected for completion within Ellipses Standard Quarters. Upon completion, the prototype apparatus shall be subject to regular lubrication with ointments to prevent avoidable safety incidents. Refer to Mechanicos Manual D-306 for more details. Hyperboreans were wild. What do you mean? You just have knowledge of subatomic atoms. You have a fusion reactor, basically. Like, hold on. Let's take this apart. Also, welcome, Dash. Welcome. So, how many times have we encountered ancient civilizations who are very advanced from a technological perspective, involved in some euphemians, whether in the past or currently with the divine acts of blasphemy, and having absolutely the most world-changing devices ever? Like, excuse me? Welcome back, Java. 4? I would say 4 too, which is an unlucky number. So basically, I was just joking after reading about how Hyperboreans had their very intensive knowledge of subatomic atoms, energy, the elements, and we've covered their selective breeding and how extreme the frostmoon scions were, all in an attempt to produce the sacred air through their holy maidens. I need to figure out in a way how to make this about Kaya. Listen, I would be sad. But it is possible. So I'm very sorry if I've been very, very loud. I do not mean to be. Audio's probably all over the place. I am going to have to practice these names because I struggle so terribly. I apologize for spending like 5 minutes just trying to figure out how to pronounce Turbicoranos. Yeah. I need to practice all of these names. Let's see. Where is... This is so... I feel like I need time to just unpack this, because it really does remind me so much of Natland. Huitzlipochtli. Not in the sense that it's... Well... These ancient civilizations are going to wear me out. Which do you find harder to pronounce, Mayan or Greek names? So, I think the issue is, for me at least, I can only speak for myself, I need to really practice the names. I feel my names are probably more difficult for me. I think Greek names, I have to, of course, have to practice with all of the names. And I know I'm butchering them quite a bit, and I again apologize. But I would say, to me, if I really had to choose, Greek names are far easier than Mayan names. Also, did you notice the familiar text when we first arrived in the middle of the pillar? I think there was mention of Shriquaddle. Yes! Oh my goodness. Okay. So that was something, because you can just go back there. And I'm just like, this ancient device is just here in this very interesting plane of existence. And I can just fly around this as little Luonatar. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I want to go there. But I don't want to go there before I look at the other letters. Oh my goodness. There's still 3. There's so much lore here. I feel like the Sampo was probably made with dragon tech given to Shriquato mention and the phlogiston engravings. No, it absolutely is. Because when I was reading about the, like, going over what we just read here, it was giving secret source. Well, not this one, but like it was giving secret source. Like when I read about, oh, you have to be objective and concise and everything, no emotions, etc. But like all of, well, this is the, like the gene splicing here and the selective breeding, the way that Sampo was described, I just assumed it was secret source technology, or it was an attempt to craft dragon tech. Because whenever we read about ancient civilization having this really advanced technology, I'm like, okay, did you guys create this, or is this dragon tech based on dragon tech? So letter for Lovia. To the most holy and venerable Lady Lovia, I pen this letter to account for the tragic event that transpired earlier. You asked that I send people to welcome the Holy Lady, and I did exactly as you instructed. But that poor girl, alas for her great beauty, failed to grasp the kindness behind your gesture. And seized by some terrible impulse, she took her own life on the spot. For this terrible, irreparable loss, I can offer only my prayers. I pray that your compassionate goddess may ease your sorrow and keep your noble heart from breaking, despite the weight of this grief. Regarding the Sampo mill mentioned in your last letter, I am truly grateful for your openness and trust. Like you, I remain uninitiated in the true workings of the sacred relic. Yet on this matter, we are of one mind. We must find another way to rouse this ancient relic and forge a paradise, an Elysium of enduring prosperity for the people of Nod-krai, especially your noble kin. From this moment on, I shall dedicate myself wholly to uncovering the secrets that lie within this relic. As for the remaining matters, both more trivial and complex, I hope to discuss them at greater length with you soon. Until then, I ask that you accept these modest gifts as a small token of my regard and a gesture of sympathy for the loss that has touched your household. Please know that I hold your noble character in the highest esteem. Even at the court of His Majesty the Bellied Tsar, it is rare to encounter a lady of such uncommon foresight and deep devotion to the greater good as yourself, not to mention one who so willingly places the well-being of the nation and her people above personal sentiment. Our positions, interests, and aspirations are most closely aligned. As such, I greatly look forward to our future joint endeavors. Your ever steadfast friend and ally, Rotwang. Squints. Me not trusting this letter at all. Nope. As soon as I got the message of welcome Lord Light of Flame Shriquato ice cream. Yeah, we're absolutely going there after that because I recorded that quest. When we went there, I was just like spinning around in a circle on the Luonatar because when I like missed the QTE, but I also was like, I don't think I should be here. I think this is reserved from like the divine and dragons. I was so like, sorry, I peeked my mic again. I am so sorry. But it was more so while I was spinning around, I'm like, I don't think this plane is meant for me. Perhaps I should get off of here. But you can just go back there, which is goodness. But yes. Absolutely not this letter. Goodbye. Isla's notes, letter for Isla. Let's go to letter for Isla. Dear Miss Isla, I am truly sorry that I was unable to stop Miss Alia, her twin sister, in that moment. Yet it was through her noble sacrifice that we ultimately thwarted Rotwang and prevented the loss of countless lives. Now, I finally understand why she pretended to be my close companion. I hope to speak with you about this in greater detail the next we meet, though perhaps by then you will already know more about all this than I. I shall not presume to judge, nor shall I attempt to alter your opinion of her. But I ask, if nothing else, that you allow me to honor Miss Alia's final wishes by sharing her words with you. She asks that I render all possible support to you, which I surely will. You are my benefactor. You are my benefactor, after all. And that I relay this only as she spoke it. She hoped that you would go on to live a life of happiness and freedom. As for the era of Terpsichoreans, you mentioned in your last letter, if it truly holds the power to dispel the pitch black calamity, and if you are willing to share it with such selflessness, then on behalf of the people of nod-krai, please accept my deepest gratitude. Should, as you foresee, Rotwang indeed rise again from the pitch black filth, then our successors, an order I am considering naming the Light Keepers, in honor of the flame you have kindled, will stand ready to vanquish the threat once more, armed with the technology you have so generously gifted us. We can speak of the details in person whenever you are free. I understand all too well that, after Lovia's passing, the frostmoon scions have been left with countless matters demanding your attention. Yours sincerely, Solove. So, first and foremost, I immediately remembered how in the Long Night's Oath, how we learned how the Light Keepers, their organization started because they were granted power, like they were bestowed moonlight and power from a moon chanter to dispel the black tide, quote unquote. So I love that connection there. If you didn't finish the Natlan Act 5, but you did do the Ixal World Quest in Natlan, the system recognizes you as Ixal instead. Oh, that's so interesting. Well, of these names, these ancient names, sorry, I'm like so giddy and gush, like we're back. We're so back. Sorry, I'm so excited. So I'm so sorry I was unable to. And the nerve that Lovio's like, we have to kill Solove because he is so stinky, by the way. He's actually the worst. I wish I could just like pull this up immediately. Squint. I need to actually just level this up so I'll be able to find it easier. Oh my gosh. Where is this sword? Guys, I have so many weapons. I cannot find it. I just read it and I can't find it. Oh, I'm going to cry. It's lost forever. Oh, here it is. So, the pitch black calamity, the dark side. Like, the nerve she had. Oh gosh. Big fans of Peak Cry. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, the lore on the sword and how Isla used it to kill her instead. She was like, oh, that's so interesting. Frostmoon Scion's lore is so good. Also, now that I think about it, I could just use the archive. I'm just gonna do that next. Also, Java, thank you for saying that too. I'm like, this surely has to be an easier way. I say as if I wasn't just in the archive like an hour ago. Isla's notes. I told a lie, just like Lovia did, and just like my sister did. I said no when Mr. Solove asked me if I felt any hate. But how can I put the hatred in my heart into words? How would someone as kind and sincere as he is ever understand such horrifying malice? No, I cannot think this way, and no one needs to know. Mr. Solove does not need to be troubled with such trivial things. No one is obliged to bear the weight of another's suffering, which they have not experienced. And even if he truly were willing to listen, and even if his kindness were to move him to tears, what would it change? It would only end up bringing needless pain to another tender heart. In the past, the present, and the future, across the countless threads of fate that Lovia once let me glimpse by mistake, the only ones who shed tears for the misfortunes of others are kind souls who ought to be smiling instead. And since the sublunary sphere has always been one where good is repaid with cruelty, the least I could do is spare him a sorrow that does him no good. Once upon a time, I despised lies, yet now I find myself speaking them with keen intent. Maybe the ellipses of the past dozen years or so has been punishment for this very moment. But that does not matter anymore. From the noble lady of Salt to the scions of Jurabad's Jinni, there have been plenty of instances where the innocent have suffered the gravest of punishments, let alone a sinner as steeped in ellipses as I am. If the silvery white thread has already found its way around my neck, I may as well bear the weight of still more unforgivable sins by myself, so that the children who remain untainted may be spared. What was born of the frostmoon must return to it. All the walls, towers, fortresses, and temples must be torn down, save for the great pillar raised here by the Dragonborn. That is, a sacred sanctuary where ancestors found refuge. Prolonged isolation and seclusion serve only to nourish fleeting ambitions and hollow delusions. Let it be reverence for nature, kindness towards outlanders, and those virtues in which none believe, and not the pride of the dead, which sets our threads apart from theirs. Only then will there never again be another Lovia or another me. Decades from now, a new moon goddess will be born. Oh, the irony of it. Lovia's long and desperate quest was, in the end, for nothing. Even if, ellipses, had borne the sacred heir as foretold, and not the man who abducted my sister, the one should have been our sovereign, would have created even greater chaos in Shneznaya. The birth of the new moon had nothing to do with anything she did. She could not even foresee the coming of that maiden, and nor did she know that the holy throne had never truly been broken. I do not know if I will live to see that moment, for my own thread is hidden from my sight. But I pray that I will not. Those tainted by sin do not deserve to witness the moon's pure light. In any case, people must come to believe that the new moon takes delight only in kindness, friendship, and mutual aid, that no other prayer or sacrifice will ever please our goddess. This is what they must believe, because if they do not, then no matter how noble the ideal, it will only wither and fade into the filth that lies beneath the moon. The threads of the gods are too bright for me to follow, and I cannot see where she is headed. But at the very least, the frostmoon scions, who have been redeemed in her name, must ensure that the power of choice remains hers alone. No one should ever seek repayment or reward from her, and she must never be molded into the perfect deity others wish for her to become. Daughter of the frostmoon, maiden of the new moon, may she one day behold the dream of true happiness, and may the frostmoon never forgive my sins, for I have cursed her name more times than I can count. If I may, the frostmoon scions lore has me in a chokehold. Isla, her burden was so heavy. This is so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking, so human. Oh my goodness. Did you read the Lauma set already? Yes, I read Silken Moon Serenade. Oh, how I wish. Like, I want to cry, but I won't. This is so heartbreaking. Isla deserved, like, those twins deserve so much better. They really did. That fate is very cruel. I don't even really... It's just her grief, her sorrow. She doesn't ask for forgiveness because of everything she's had to do and endure. If I could hug a historical character. Like, I literally I'm just gonna sit on that because it's just so, it's so personal. I agree, Barry. It's very vulnerable. Like, it's not even me picking apart like lore there. It's just, this is a person who's, I say grieving, but I don't mean it in the, it's just such a personal letter. So, oh, I love the frostmoon scion's lore. Oh my gosh, it's gonna have to be a different day that I read Lauma's lore because I didn't even realize she was friendship level 6. And then, like, because if I recall correctly too, I'm going to the archive instead of going through my inventory because, you know, it was... When you look at the prayer songs, so many of them, if memory serves correctly, I know it's just been a bit, she abolished so many of the original prayer songs and rituals and previous teachings. It just... Oh my gosh, the frostmoon scion's lore is so good, guys. I think I'm gonna scream and cry. Because I still, mind you, I am 2.5 hours into this stream and I haven't even gotten to the other set yet. Like, I haven't even gotten there yet. I suppose it's a good thing I started early. Because even looking at, like, reading this, oh, this is so, like, this is just the frostmoon scions too. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Screaming. I can't imagine what we're going to learn about Flynn's and the Fae. I'm going to scream and cry and, like, throw a hissy fit about the Fae, I know. I recommend you read some weapon materials before reading Flynn's set. Okay, I will do that, but before I forget, I do... oh, this is so beautiful. This is just so beautiful. Also, I feel like this sacred... Like, I look at this tree and tree in quotations, and I just think, is this... Like, I of course think of Irminsul because it's a white tree, and Irminsul was... An Irminsul branch or tree was in Hyperborea. But this is so beautiful. I want to go to... Hold on. I will go to... I forget how that's... The Homa imagery, I mean... I honestly forgot how I got back to that area. Not the sanctum that we were just in, but the plain. It wasn't here. Okay, I guess it is. Because looking... Oh my goodness. Sorry, I peeked the microphone again. I did not mean to do that. I literally forget. I need to go... I think I need to go to the statue again to do that. Oh my goodness. You can go there. There's a Kuhenki line that will take you there. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, I don't think I can get there traditionally. I'm sorry, the Kuhenki are so cute. I got so distracted. I feel so... Okay. This area is so crazy to me because I'm sorry. Where am I? Like Genshin, what? So I'm just gonna keep writing this. I'm just gonna keep writing this vinyl record. I'm just gonna keep running in a circle. So how is everyone today? Are we good? Because I have many thoughts about this place. So again, I did record how when you first come in here, it does greet you as Shwiquaddle. Like you're just... Sorry, I'm just so... Not to be that person, but Zhongli vibes here. Everything is Zhongli if you squint hard enough, it's Zhongli. Like, look at this place. Also, the more and more that I see these pillars, I can't help but think that the actual divine pillars are just remnants of the ancient moons that are just reformatted from the heavenly principles. Or some form of ancient moon something. Oh, hello. Like, this place is... I won't lie, I'd be terrified being here. But I just had to come here again because when I first came here in this quest, I literally gasped. I know we can just walk around here, but we're like so high up. We're in like, I think I'm actually just speechless being here. And you can clearly see these, like the pillars are suspended. Like they're being sent down. So I just, I have many thoughts. Sorry, I feel like I have to come back here because I don't even know what up down means anymore in Tavat. Okay, but there is so much more lore reading. Well, so I read Lauma's last week, her weapon. I also read the Seelie weapon, and then I also need... I have so much to do, but those are the talent demands. Where is it? Actually, I think I can just go to town and then I will just... I don't believe I have the weapon materials because I believe Java had mentioned or they recommended I read the weapon ascension materials beforehand. Let's see, where is... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I need to make an enhancement ore. Because of Stygian Onslaught, I have been leveling so many characters. And as a result, not only do I have very little Mora, but I have such little refinement materials for weapons. I have been leveling the whatchamacallit. I just completely zoned out. I've been leveling up a lot of weapons because I would like Flynn's weapon, but I have lost the past 3 weapon banner pities. And I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like 50 50-50 or if it's 75-25 now. I thought it was 75-25, but I have lost 3 in a row and I'm kind of I'm kind of afraid to just even try for his weapon. So I'm just leveling up the crafted one, the craftable lore. So, Far North Scions, Artful Devices, Flynn set. Interesting. I feel like I read them a previous stream, but because I didn't have context, I just didn't have more. What are these? Okay, this is giving... Okay, yeah, this is Reed Miller stuff, I assume. This clearly is like, you know, Lightkeepers, and this is Frostmoon Scions. Presumably, I feel like a lot of them are, like, all of it's mixed together, but let me see, because I completely forgot about these materials, because I remember reading them day one, but I didn't have the context. So, let me start with Sundered Glory of the Far North Scions. It is told that in years before the country of gold and white stone sank, the moon worshipping ancestors were guided by the Star of Dawn to build a tower reaching to the heavens. Later on, the most transgressive of wild fantasies once unify life and the world into one that even the monarch who ruled all nations on earth failed to achieve, was toppled along with the city in the wrath of the high heavens. The homeless survivors fled to the south by the waning light of the frostmoon, chanting in tears of a glory that belonged to them millennia ago. I really am getting Tower of Babel squints. Squints. Most of the weapon and talent materials are related to Reed Miller. Well, that's one of the reasons why I was holding off on some of them, because I'm like, okay, the fabled golden city of white and gold, that's Hyperborea, but because I'm not familiar with Reed Miller's thing, like anything with him at all, really. I have not delved into him. I've only been looking into Frostmoon Scions as I still continue to go through the world quests. So I think I'm gonna actually hold off on this because I think this is really going into more stuff. I guess I'll read them, but I unfortunately won't really have much to expand on here. So, yeah. I'll probably do more... have more to say once I'm officially completely caught up and I can provide more than just like 2 or 3 things. Also, it is Sunday, so I need to think of materials, like where my focus should be today. Let's see. I'll continue reading these though before I go into the Flint set. But before I do Flint's set, I'm actually going to do a domain run because I need to use my resin. Unyielding delusion of the far north Scions. The grand city of gold and white stone is no more. Following the moonlight's pale guidance, its exiled inhabitants wandered to a desolate foreign land. The glory and prowess of the past had dried up like morning dew, yet the earliest illusion still flowed beneath the skin of the proud, unlike the graves now lost to time. Like farmers breeding their crops, the archpriestesses who served the moonlight for generation after generation selected their purest bloodlines closest to their progenitors, no matter the cost. Oblation of the far north Scions. A blade as pure as moonlight is the compassion of a benevolent hand. In the name of mercy, all beings offer hope for tomorrow. Even those looking to be made whole can feel the moonlight's pristine blessing flowing beneath their skin. Even the smallest blessings, accumulated, can guide the pious scions immersed in them closer to the coming Elysium. All sins and wicked thoughts are cleansed by the pristine moonlight. All tears and suffering are necessary sacrifice. At least, that is what the people who worship the moon once firmly believed. Aureate radiance of the far north scions. With the unblessed birth of a prophesied son, a millennia-long plan ushered in bleak twilight. A scheme born of cunning was shattered by foolish betrayal. The youth who was supposed to be the king took the maid who was supposed to serve him and stole the secret treasure that was supposed to be his, only to reject the crowns that fate had ordained for him. In time, the king who was destined to rule Elysium went down in history as an unpardonable thief, and by the time the true new moon shone upon this land, the far north's final wish of golden grandeur had already been buried by a priestess who had never believed in any god, and the empty grave for king. This year, I do recall reading a bit about Reed Miller. He and who would go on to be the first torch forger, the two friends, created their own factions where his friend, or the torch forger, created the light keepers. The Reed went on to make the treasure hoarders. But I need more time to think on this. I need more time to think on this. So I clearly have some things that are missing. But what I will do is use my resin. So let me do this before I go and read the second set. After almost 3 hours. You guys get to see my very bad gameplay. Oh, whoops. I don't feel like restarting. I'm not. I'm not doing it. Also, this is not a proper rotation. Ignore me. I'm just... Ignore me. That reminds me, I need to farm books. I have been forcing myself to remember to use my resin. Even if I'm not farming for a character's book specifically, fight one of the Trounce domain bosses and try to get Dream Solvent because I have nothing. I don't even know what this guy is saying. I think it's actually I'm not gonna finish that. I don't know what it is. So I'm just gonna mind my business. Oh, sorry, llama. I really was not paying attention. I looked at chat for a second. Nilu Bloom has rotations. I think maybe. I just kind of hope. I just like switching between characters, in between skills. Lord, do you be like that? You start at 1 p.m. reading and then you check it's 7 p.m. Well, that's the thing. I was writing down notes at like 12. And at 6 o'clock, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have stream in an hour and I need to eat. Oops. Genshin Impact has always been there in terms of lore for me, but nod-krai has just like awakened a beast in me, I think. Oh my goodness, I never actually looked behind here. Oh wow. Again, I don't know what that man said. I don't know what he's saying. Lee. By the end of Luna version, we're going to have a thesis material on nod-krai lore. Yes, we're all going to have a collective, like, community lore document, like Google document, that'll be like 500 something pages. It'll be like, okay, well, in this set here about the frostmoon scions, it's here talking about the frostmoon, but if you actually go dating back in Mondstadt, version 1.0, this actually references the and just being really silly. So yeah, let me get through this and then I'm just gonna ignore this what he says. I'm really like, what is he saying? Oh well, I guess I could just use her ult, I guess. Oh, it's over here. Also, I know so much, she's so cute. Speaking of, I need to finish the Clink Clank event, like the actual story event. So I'll probably end stream in a few hours, but I finished the minigame aspect. It's just the story part I need to finish, actually. Because I did a portion of the event, and then I'm like, all right, time to lock in lore time. Nilu Boom is basically Nilu E3, then random VS Go. Well, that's the thing. It's like, is there a rotation? No? Okay, well, time to hit everyone's skill and pray there's enough bountiful cores that destroys everything. And then it usually does. So, okay. Yugoi, you're so silly. I feel... if I'm going to read the set that Flynn's uses, I will go to the cemetery. And I will actually have the music that plays in Final Night Cemetery play. Because it's very good. But Llama, unfortunately, you cannot speak. Because you can't. Okay. I also have not, like, done story more here because I wanted Flynn's. Oh my god! I forgot to come up. Okay, I'm focused. I promise. I promise. I promise I'm focused. 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 She's so small. Okay. I will speak to... okay, I will not speak to her. I do forget that with Llama in the party, the beautiful babies will follow me everywhere. And sweeties, like, I love you. But not right now. Just got my Llama's at Friendship 6. Let's go! I need to read her lore. I really do. Because I feel like her lores. But... you guys, I am very normal about Flynn's. I am very normal about Kirill Chudomirovich Flynn's. I am. I promise. Oh my gosh. I was caught. 4K. The companion took a picture. Screaming. Do you know his full name? I could never. I do not know Kirill Chudomirovich Flynn's real name. I am a fraud. I'm a fake fan. I also cannot pronounce it correctly at all because I am... I am bad. However, comma, I need for them to interact. For me, specifically. What is the for? I'm nervous. Thought it froze there? Oh no. Okay, so I'm definitely normal because I forgot why I was over here to begin with. I forgot why I was over here. It was to read lore. I will talk to him. I will talk to him.
Another 3 reports finished. Time for a breath of fresh air. Do they make you write reports in the Adventurers Guild too?
Not very often.
How very fortunate. Remember to count your blessings. I have never been able to get used to the endless cycle of report after report. I dare say we had no such custom in the nod-krai of old. Of course, I understand why they are important, but this process of repeatedly describing in laborious detail things that could easily be summarized in a single sentence, it is exhausting. The mere thought of the outstanding reports I have yet to finish is simply... No, I mustn't. These things are necessary. I should focus on that. A dutiful ratnik must write his reports. A little longer here, and then I'll get back to it. Just a little longer.
You guys, I promise you, I am normal about this man. He's also very, very silly. I did, before I start reading the artifact description, I have seen, and I'm not going to say a lot of posts about it because it's a lot. People tend to conflate. They'll see like 3 people say, oh, a lot of people said this, and it's not at all. But it's interesting sometimes seeing that fans say Flynn's is very weird or strange. And I'm like, I don't really think he's that strange comparatively to other individuals we have met. At least in my opinion. I think because he likes to fish and because he collects gemstones, some people may think that that's weird. I'm like, are those not just hobbies? Am I disconnected? I literally was like, is that just not hobby? He seems to be just a normal guy. Well, okay, he's not a normal guy, but you know, he could be much more involved. We know you want to be a part of his collection. No, I don't know if I like that phrasing because that I feel like that's a very dark phrase one could make. But Kachina has OCD and everyone finds her cute. A man can have his quirks too. Well, yeah, he likes to fish and he likes collecting gemstones. Like, I think that's pretty, like, it did take some time for me to not accept, but when he was like, oh, I will be in the basement. I'm like, the what? Sweetie, do you just live in a basement? But I suppose that makes sense. I mean, he's just doing his own thing. So I'm just gonna leave him alone. I accept you as a fisherman. It's hard, but I accept it. To those who play any video game ever, if you're a fisher, you are just the pinnacle of everything ever. Like in Final Fantasy XIV, if you're a fisher, you might as well just be an S tier, the best player in existence because you fish. I'm so interested in seeing how the Lightkeepers operate in Pyramida. That's another thing too, because when he talks about his superiors, I'm like, I want to know about them a lot more. Equipment. Oh, wait. I have no idea if there's going to be, like, if Layla will make noise. So I'm just going to preemptively do that. Lightkeeper upper management seems to be whack. Yes, it does. FF14 fishers are unhinged. They're either unhinged, amazing, or both. Where is... Also, I know this is a gotcha thing, but please allow me to vent for a moment. I cannot stand that I cannot read the description of an item if I do not have it. I feel like even if I don't have it, I should just be able to read it in game. Yes, we have the wiki, but if we didn't have a community of very dedicated people in a team to archive everything, we wouldn't have this information. And I think it's very important that we can just read it in game. Because having, like, it's very convenient for sure, but it also just makes me sad. Like, you're telling me I have to go to the wiki every single time I want to read this? Why must you paywall lore? Why? Also, his weapon is called Blood-Soaked Ruins. I will not get distracted. So. All right. I have notes. I will see if they apply here. Or some of them at least. Wait, is Flynn's one summon away from being an FF14 class? I have no idea what he would be in FF14. I joke, like, he is a fisher, yes, but in terms of like an actual class, question mark. So, Bloom of the Mind's Desire, a sacred relic carved in the shape of a flower. It seems to represent a terrifying presence that unfurls like a bloom. Bloom of the Mind's Desire. Those were the days where the sinners had yet to commit their unforgivable offense, somewhere deep within the earthly subterranean kingdom. The people of the kingdom had never seen the sea, nor had they ever seen the real sun. But even in this dark, sunless place, some tried to reach for the secrets of the stars. However, they gazed not at the stars, but sought the truth in the mirror's false reflection. Perhaps because of the kingdom's unique location, strange phenomena often appeared in the star charts within its bounds. Those phenomena were recorded by astrologers as signs of truth, reflecting their deep desire to uncover truth. Maybe, even if the mirror shows nothing but illusions, it is only by piercing through them that we can reach the truth. This was the conclusion the astrologers reached over time as they pored over their voluminous star charts. But unbeknownst to the philosophers of their time, they had already glimpsed a tiny fragment of the infinity that was the eternal bedeviled sky. Many years passed, long enough for the earthly gods to fall, one by one, and for the Atris sun to rise where the crimson moon once hung. Even then, there were those who had already uncovered the secret behind the great sin, and so the study of the stars became a forbidden pursuit. Only a select few within the kingdom were then granted the privilege of sidestepping the ban, so they might better serve their one-eyed ruler. Yet the unexpected always finds a way. Just like the moment when an unwitting novice monk brushes away the dust that has concealed a Pausha's mirror, unveiling the wondrous light that encircles the distant horizon and filling that tiny stargazing chamber with brilliance once more. How beautiful the pitch black Elysium is, how dazzling, and yet how utterly profane. In the blink of an eye, it consumed young Ralfongi's every thought and desire. Thus began the tale of transgressions of the mad monk, who in later days would sing the praises of the abyss beyond the heavens. Name for the mad monk? Excellent. This set? Conria's set. All right, I am seated and I'm actually sitting up in my chair now. So, first and foremost, astrology. Astrologers, I have to talk about Mona. You know where you are. I have to talk about my girl and astrology as a whole. So I've mentioned this years ago, past streams, and I'm still working on a video for Mona because it's about fate, constellations, and how truth connects in Tavat. So astrology in Tavat, similarly to alchemy, though not as direct in the sense of we don't have as much information about it. It's just very in between the lines. We have Barbeloth, Mona, and we have Layla. Of course, we also have the Ritawahist, Darshan, and Sumeru, who study the stars, celestial bodies, etc. But through astrology, and by not only examining but studying the stars, is where truth lies. Because we know that Tavat is within a false sky. It is in its own bubble world. It is sealed. So something that makes me very happy is the fact that it references how the astrologers in Conria have been researching and attempting to find the truth beyond the veil of the false sky. Astrology to me is so interesting because in Tavat, does Nicole count in the astrology group? I personally would associate her. I would, or she's very like adjacent. And by that, so much truth is rooted in astrology. So I'm also very sorry if you heard that. My roommates are doing something. But when the topic of astrology is brought up, especially with Mona, notice how she mentions water a lot, because water thematically represents truth, clarity, like cleansing, life, etc. So she uses hydromancy to perform not only astronomical readings, but also to perform divination. And it is through the purest of water. If I remember correctly, in her When It Snows voice line, she talks about how the purest of water is where the truth is easy. Pure water is the ideal form of water to use hydromancy, to peer the truth through the world. And so this is going, like, separating myself from this artifact set for just a second. I'm going on a slight tangent on loose connections with astrology. So she mentioned that she can view the truth of the world and the truth beyond the truth of the stars that are in the false sky based on the reflection of the water of which she performs her divinations. To me, when you say inverted reflection, that also mirrors, quite literally, the tainted truth that are the stars within the false sky. Mind you, Barbeloth is her teacher. Barbeloth is a master hydromancer, master astrologer. Girly is... okay, I'm gonna crash out. I need for Hoiberg to stop playing around because I need my astrologers. I need Barbeloth. I need Barbie and Mona to come up and nod-krai, or I will end up on the news. And the reason for that is because, just like alchemy, astrology is so powerful. It is such a powerful tool that, as we have learned, the art of chemia is an art that is very... It raises the eyebrows. And here we learn that astrology was regarded as forbidden because they were reaching too close to the truth. Again, I'm not trying to get too ahead of myself. I'm just getting really excited because I like talking about astrology and Mona. But during this time, the astrologers caught glimpse of the false. They viewed a tiny, tiny fragment of the false sky. And I feel when you have... I know this will technically go more into the Universitas Magistrorum, that secret society, well, not a secret society, but like organization that had people from both who studied alchemy and astrology, having such teachings of these very like powerful practices, being able to glimpse through the truth of everything. Like I'm sorry, I'm just kind of speechless because I get excited about astrology. I probably didn't say like anything there because I was talking in circles, but more or less, astrologers are always very important. I know it may be memes like, oh, you like stars, haha, but it's very important that you have characters like Mona, researchers like Layla, master hydromancers like Barbalov, because the truth in Tevat is a very complicated one that can be viewed in many different ways. But with astrology especially, you're able, like, you can discern fate through water in astrology. So I just think this is something that it needs to be touched on, because Hutad herself talked about how the veil of lies is slipping, and we see her, the new moon, the moon goddess, in a field of water. Again, you can view the truth. I have to pivot. Oh my god, I forgot Flint is here. I can't be distracted. I'm sorry, King. My queen, I must talk about her more. So here, this is where she talks about optimal for hydromancy, because it makes sense considering that the purity of water allows for, based on vibes alone, I consider Piero in the astrologer camp. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Piero, one of the funniest men ever to exist in Tevat. Hilarious. But I want to know about Mr. Mage. I need to know more about him. Or Mr. Sage, I suppose. But where is... There was this. Then... This one does apply, but... You want me to explain how astrology works. I'm not sure you'd understand even if I told you, but since you ask, the method I use is hydromancy, the art of inferring fate from the illusory reflection of the stars on the water's surface. The inverted reflection in the water is an image of the heavens from which the truth of our world can be observed. So, whenever I hear the inverted reflection is, mind you, inverted, not just reflection. So I feel I'm going to really deviate into like an entire different discussion. And I don't mean to. I wanted to go over the set. I'm sorry, but TLDR, I just think it's fascinating that astrology, because my headcanon is like astrology has such deep roots in Conria, and I'm happy I was like, but it's not necessarily unfounded, but anything in regards to the truth being Conrian adjacent, like those practices being there is very, very important. And again, I just want you guys to keep this in mind, because I will scream about Mona from the rooftops if I have to, where she has mentioned for years now, and especially within her dialogue, the inverted reflection of the water, reflection of the moon. Rarer was a reflection of the moon. Like it. Let me not. So there's a lot of mystery there, but what does uncovering truth mean in Tevat? What practices do we have that allow us to do that? Who has the ability to continue said practice? And how are those methods performed exactly? So that's just something to chew on. It's just the truth and water has always been deeply connected in Tevat. Just like how wind and information are connected. water and truth is connected. So those are just two things that always keep in mind, at least for me. My apologies for not really saying anything and talking in circles, but it's just astrology will not astrology the statement, hydromancy the statement. Inferring is an interesting way to phrase it. Yes, I agree, because it feels like hydromancy is built upon both what they see and when they scry, but also built on prior knowledge about what is beyond the sky. And that's the thing, because you know what, TLDR, astrology is important. Hydromancy is important. I'm happy. Oh my God, it's Flint. I literally have to stay focused. I have to stay focused. I'm going to scream. I didn't even finish. But basically, astrology is important. Truth. There reached a point where astrology was regarded as a forbidden act. It was profane. Don't do it. Yet, there are those who continued to better serve King Ermin. So, gosh. Also, King Ermin, what are you up to? Squints. How beautiful the pitch black Elysium is. This is the abyss. How beautiful the pitch black Elysium is, how dazzling and yet how utterly profane. This sounds like someone who became very captivated by the abyss. The abyss was just too... She got you. She got you. At this point, you're going to be streaming. Also, hello, Askia. You're going to be streaming till Flint's trailer drops if it's today. Huh, I thought it would be tomorrow. I shouldn't stream for like that long because I will not be able to go to sleep. And then I'd also have to figure out how to reformat everything again. But yeah, because I think because they usually do the trailer, like the demo, the day before, but they've changed in the past. So I don't know. Also, I love how unsettling his teaser was. I'm focused, I promise. And I'm going to talk about the feather of indelible sin now. To overstep the bounds of one's station is already lèse-majesté, or less majesty, I think, in NA. And to delve into forbidden dark knowledge is an even graver offense. But Ralph Vongi never once defended himself, for in his heart he held nothing but that light. Soon the court delivered its verdict. The researcher was to be expelled from the Universitas Magistrorum and exiled. For one of outland stock like him, exile was even more terrifying than the punishment of death. Exile was, after all, an ancient curse for those who had turned their backs on the gods, and once they returned above ground, that malison would catch up with them swiftly. A punishment like this was itself already a betrayal of the kingdom's noble ideals, a sign that the underground realm was in decline. But royal orders had to be obeyed. Besides, he who had glimpsed Elysium's depths knew all too well that he could no longer endure what lay ahead. Fade away, O meaningless life. At least you glimpsed truth, if for only but a moment. Ralph Vongi finally emerged from the cavern, stepping into real sunlight. Yet nothing happened to him, unlike the others beside him, who now shrieked in agony. It was as if the great existence of the cosmos had manifested before him in that instant, and chosen, above all others, to bestow upon him the grace of darkness. Fortunately, tragically, he finally came to realize his mission. Flames illuminate the world. They are also what reduce it to ashes. And my fate is like that of a moth leaping into a flame. Love the Pear and Harry reference. Okay, so Ralph Vongi came out of Conrian and did not succumb to the curse, whereas others did. Huge bullet point there, or asterisk there. Also, so he was kicked out of the Universal Talk. So he was a part of this. And yeah, they said, all right, you're doing way too much. You got to go. You know, we research up in here, but you're doing a bit too much for us. You have to leave. Unfortunately for him, he wanted to continue to pursue learning about the abyss and beyond. And he was ready to die, even though he wanted to pursue more. And oh, that's so fascinating. I remember something from Kavarana, Good and Evil. I remember that there was mentions of a guy with one arm from Conria. Could Vongi be that guy? So it's been a while since I reviewed Kavarana of Good and Evil. They did mention Squins. I remember, yeah, Apalsha. And for those who don't remember, or maybe this I at least remembered, was when you went to that final area in Semeru, there was it is a point of interest. And it was actually, I think in the same notebook, I have notes of it. I mean, just a moment. Oh, I do. Okay. This is my Sumeru section. So the Apalsha was in more or less a reflection of the abyss. It was a celestial mark that appeared after the cataclysm. The Pari and oh my gosh, I'm blinking. The organization there. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting their names. I can't remember them off the top of my head, and I am very sorry for that. But the Pari and this other organization helped keep this, because the issue is when the seal was broken was when it would look like this. The harvest Takum, I believe so. I just remember there was like an organization there that helped them, but I think that was where. Give me just a second. Order of the Skeptics. It was the Order of the Skeptics. I could not remember for the life of me, and it was going to drive me crazy. But yeah, it was just the Pari and the forebears of the Order of Skeptics attempted to extinguish it because they needed to maintain the Harvest Pactum's seal, but they dwindled over time, so it, okay. I forget what I was saying before. But thank you both, Java and Taban, because I was struggling to remember. But yes, the Perrin Harry reference is wild here. Crawling out, returning to... Okay. Revelation's Toll. It was a time before the dark disaster engulfed the nations. A time when people still savored those last golden years. It is said that there was an erudite and gifted researcher who wandered the nations for many years. He had already read every Ratawa's chronicle, browsed the libraries of the northern lands. However, even after searching in the oldest records, he could not find what he was looking for. The pitch black Elysium, miraculous and not of this world. He had traveled to every corner of the known world, save for that barren, still undeveloped land. That was the northern borderland known as nod-krai. It had only been a few years ago that the Tsar of Snezhnaya ordered it to be explored and put to use. No famous researchers dwelled there, nor did it seem to contain any traces of ancient civilizations. "O futile life that I have led, this shall be my final post," he thought before setting off to nod-krai. "Hope may be gone, but I cannot give up now." Once more he glimpsed the truth he had long pursued, perhaps because his wish had finally been heard and heeded. And at last, he uncovered the sinful path that opened into the pitch black Elysium. Now, all that remained was for him to open the gate, one that had shone in countless dreams, with his own two hands, no matter the means, and no matter the price that had to be paid. Never think of opening the gates, or just thinking of opening the gates of Poyola from Hymns of the Far North. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. The heavenly principles was right there, just waiting, and carved the third descender into 7 pieces real quick. Oh my goodness. He could not be sated. He needed to learn more. He needed to discover more about the pitch black Elysium. In the rotating galleries of Zapoldarni Palace, banquets and dances never seemed to stop. The Fey nobles, fond of luxury, considered attending banquets their most important duty. Even the hardest heart could be softened by the rich aroma of fine wine, and many important affairs of state, both great and small, were often decided by those in a slight tipsy haze. Professor Rotwang, whom the nobles called the Mad Monk, it was him. He was the person mentioned in that letter. I see. I see. Professor Rodwang, whom the nobles called the Mad Monk, in private, had attended court rather frequently of late. This was not just because he had become the Tsar's favorite through his mastery of alchemy and astrology. Y'all, these Conrians, so silly, I love them. Nor simply because he constantly uttered profound aphorisms that inevitably sent everyone in the room into laughter. What truly made the nobles sit up and take notice was the legends surrounding him. It is said that the Grand Duke Photius once, out of envy, sought to get rid of this troublesome viper. He replaced the fine firewater with a deadly poison, but to his astonishment, the good professor appeared completely unaffected after drinking it. In the end, the Grand Duke himself took a knee to the monk, even becoming the latter's most devoted follower. Another tale had it that Filipov, the most adept of the Fae at the art of transformation, once publicly called the professor's research nothing more than an elaborate hoax. The Mad Monk responded to the accusation with naught but a calm smile. Then, before everyone's eyes, he summoned the soul of Philippon's late wife, who had been appearing in the bereaved Fae's dreams. These tales become a favorite topic of chatter at banquets, but whenever someone tried to confirm their truth, the professor remained silent. Perhaps no one truly cared whether these stories were true. Maybe they only existed to entertain banquet guests between songs and dances. Or perhaps, to the nobles, an outlander with no local ties was more worthy of their trust. Of course, it would be even better if he could assist them with a few complaints. But how could mere actors in this drama have foreseen the tragic denouement coming? Okay, so first and foremost, this Mad Monk, being a master of astrology and alchemy, being able to just pull up the souls of late people, he has so much information, and his body constitution is something that's just like no other. He just shrugs off poison. And of course, he becomes the Tsar's favorite, like not the Tsaritsas, the Tsar, so the bellied Tsar. So he was a close advisor and assuming friend of the bellied. So now, okay, wait, wait. What role did he have? Okay, because there's talks of grand schemes. Mr. Rotwang, are you involved in a scheme, perhaps? 'Cause you seem okay, I'm curious, I'm curious, I'm so curious now. Hold on. This is so fascinating to me. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I literally he became so close to the Tsar so quickly though. Like we went from, yeah, I'm just kind of like exploring a little bit. I want to explore more about the abyss and learn more, but I don't have any whatever. And as at some point he's just cozied up at the palace now with the Tsar. I want to know how they met. But anyway, Crown of the Befallen. The northern winds brought new opportunities and the touch of civilization to the ancient borderlands. Where the great trees fell, cities, ports, and factories were built. But only the Tsar's favorite knew that the prosperity everyone saw was not as it seemed, and that the ruler of the Fae now hatched a bold scheme, a revolt that the sublunary order could never tolerate. You guys, oh my gosh. But if you ask me, His Majesty the Tsar could afford to think even bigger, surely. Bound by the chains of benevolence up to this earth, he has never once looked up at the stars. Such great power, and yet he only seeks to be the ruler of all living things beneath the moon. Little does he know that the true eternal Elysium he seeks lies beyond the sky's veil. The mad monk, serving as the Tsar's envoy, arrived in nod-krai on a secret mission. Whoever claimed the treasure hidden here would wield a power capable of turning the world upside down. However, he sought this power not to save the world, but to use it as a means to serve his own ends. Look at these foolish, fleeting mortals, as hopeless as this rapidly fading world of illusion. Only those like me, who have been chosen by the supreme grace, are worthy of living on. Better to find liberation and sacrifice for a great endeavor than to remain lost in endless cycles of samsara. Reed Miller, cast your meaningless melancholy aside, for you and I have been chosen by fate. Come, follow me. Though the world is destined for destruction, we shall emerge from the celestial shell. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Ralfangi, Rotwang, etc., um, Rotwang, um, really wants to learn and capture the eternal pitch black Elysium and further beyond. Also the bold scheme. Okay, first off, the bold scheme, I remember reading in different weapon, like just different items. And I believe another scheme, if not the same one, was referred to with the frostmoon scions, though their scheme, quote unquote, their blasphemy could have just been an attempt to produce the sacred air of the new moon, or the sacred air. But there was also another scheme, and I believe this scheme involves Reed Miller's treasure that reportedly still exists in nod-krai that has not been unearthed. We don't know what it is. It's unknown, or at least I don't. I have the underworld quests. I'm sorry. He really was like, okay, I'm gonna work for the Tsar and I'm gonna find this treasure to completely upend the world. He said, I'm so cool. I'm gonna live on, and they're gonna be forever trapped in the endless cycles of samsara. Also, samsara, oh my gosh. This artifact set is so good. Oh my goodness. Like, okay, I have to wonder what the sacred treasure is, or the hidden treasure. Also, the power. The power that was well, so for Jam, I personally assumed that the power the five sinners divided was the power that the Abyss sibling absorbed and then was divided up. I personally attributed their, like, some of that power with them, but it could be something completely different. If this treasure or this scheme involves said power from the five sinners, that would be interesting. But, and then I would also beg the question, what relation, if any, does Rotong with the Mad Monk has in relation to the five sinners? Whoever claimed the treasure here would wield a power capable of turning the world upside down. Like, this also makes me think of the Traveler's innate power, because remember Kanatilla, the Melusine, when you do the Book of Esoteric Revelations quest, who had mentioned that the Traveler had the power to devour an entire world or something to that effect. It just reminds me of this. So, like, I love Conria so much because they're so funny. Like, the sinners, they're the silliest. Learning about, like, the research that's gone here. Kuvaki maybe, but it's not exactly hidden, or maybe a moon core. So when I think of incredibly powerful things like that, the most powerful to me would be like the moon marrow, something that has such immense power that can also, you can view the future, the past, etc. through it. Because the primordial energies of the moon are very important. Yes, they're incredibly powerful. I mean, Dottore was like, hey, Columbina, can you keep using your moon blast so I can, you know, understand this energy? So I feel, because compared to the Gnosis, I feel like they're nothing. Well, I feel like the Gnosis are nothing compared to the moon marrow, because the moon marrow itself is a remnant of Aria. And the moons themselves have such, in my mind, immeasurable power, and then things like that. So if, like, let's assume that the hidden treasure was power gifted by the moons, or like like remains of one. Maybe it's, for instance, if we, let me go. Like, the iridescent moon was shattered, and then the frost moon's in the false sky right now, and the eternal moon is within the traveler now. So I have to wonder if because the remains of the iridescent moon were never found. So maybe I'm not sure. I'm just thinking. What if the lore was the enemies we made along the way? Probably. Like, I look at Rare and I'm like, there's lore there. There is lore there. Will I get close to it? No. I know someone will throw themselves at Rare, and then I can get lore that way. Because some of the enemies we meet along the way, I just want to study under, like, I want to study them with a magnifying glass. You volunteer as tribute for Rare. Thank you for your sacrifice. I have a theory of what it is, but it's a long explanation and spoiler of what you haven't read. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I really want to get through the other world quests and things first before other theories. It may not be... Also, where was it? It isn't related to world quests, don't worry. Oh. Feel like Riri and Rotwang must have known each other. Okay, Riri is a sinner. And sinners are like centuries old. So, I mean, maybe. Though, to be honest, I don't know. Like, I would need the Riri girls to like give me lore there, because the only thing I remember is just him being moon hunter, quote unquote, with his shattered moon. To Linda's, whoever you are, say something. The way that he said that person's name with such grief, I'm like, I need to know. Like, oh goodness, he sounded so hurt. I'm so curious. Anyway, where is it? Yeah, Filipov. I do like Filipov, who could transform so well. Literally called Rotong or the Mad Monk like everything he does is fake news. That is funny. The moon obsession gives astrologer vibes, to be honest. I think that'd be so romantic. If Revere was him being an astrologer, I'd be like, wow, that's so crazy. The moons and stars and celestial bodies are so funny. Meanwhile, Sertology is over here like globetrotting and just going through different galaxies, claiming them as his own. Ryan Berius is just experimenting. Asmodee is MIA. Isteroth is just shrugs. I guess I'll try to piece stuff together, and then I'll help Asmodee. That's a headcanon I have, that Space and Timer. No. In Before Rare is just Mona bad ending. For Nova, I'm surrounded by idiots. Oh my gosh. Yep. I wonder what Rare's status occupation was prior to the cataclysm, given how all the sinners were once regarded as people of high esteem. That's a good point, Jam, because what happened? Okay. Every Conrian to some degree of the 5 sinners, not every Conrian, every sinner to some degree has to have a crash out, and it'll be a crash out of some form. I need to know what Rare's was. It probably is moon related. No? Because we knew Reindotir, she went mad long before, like, because Albedo in Paralogism specifically stated that since fusing with Nibirius, she's had a modicum of peace. So I need to know what her crash out was. I would assume her involving herself with the Abyss for so long just made her, who knows. Verofonir question mark, Horoptatir question mark. But if Rarier was an astrologer and it's like bad ending, I will not manifest that, because I'm going to eat that up too much, and I can't have Rarier on the mind too. What the heck drove Reindoter to create Elenos, Jaren, and the Golden Wolf Lord? So my question is, with Reindoter specifically, they use create, but I always have to ask, did she create them like using alchemy, or did she just like summon them from the abyss and they were already like that? I'll assume she used alchemy in a very practical, I fuse these souls and the like beast remains or whatever together. So she did a lot. She has a very extended resume. The more I know about the Conrians and their meddling with the Abyss, the more I see Fanny saying this is why we can't have nice things. Oh yeah, the Conrians, and it's not just them, just like humanity as a whole, but we just see it the most with Conrians, how you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm going to keep exploring and I'm going to keep learning more. The pursuit of knowledge is too much for me. You too can be driven mad by knowledge. He for sure saw something and went mad. Oh, absolutely. Also, shout out Blythe Milan or Melon. I'm probably mispronouncing surname. Fantastic job in English. I can't speak for the other languages because I haven't listened to him in other languages. I'm sure they're great, but he sounded like he was going through the absolute most. And I have to know why. I'm actually genuinely curious. Also, he was huge. I wasn't expecting any of the Sinners to be that big. Like, Sertology, yes. I was not expecting him to be like a 9-foot tall demon. They made a point of distinguishing the Bakunawa as being created with the power of the abyss as opposed to Gold's other creation, which stemmed from the power of life. Yes, so I remember having this discussion a little bit with my friends a while ago. So that distinction is really important, because what does that mean? Varka just following him post crash out. Yeah, that's Varka behavior. Of course he would. So power of the abyss versus power of life. When I think of power of life, obviously they don't have the authority of creation that contributed to the Hyperboreans' demise, things of that nature. But that implies to me like it was just abyssal power then. Like pure, unfiltered abyss. And then the Bakunawa is deeply tied to time, and the state of the Marijavari is chaos incarnate, no matter what. It will always exist as a calamity. Rerir was, his body was ravaged by the chaos of time, question mark, whatever that means. Isn't the power to create life the power of Kemia? So for alchemy itself, I'm gonna pull up notes. I actually should probably just like link a document that my notes on astrology and alchemy and Genshin, because it's so fun. But the art of Kemia, you can't like you can create life because it was used to create fauna. It was used to create, well, in Gold's case, life, primordial human project. But I also feel it was used for other things as well outside of synthetic life. But I really need to revisit. But yes, you are correct. You are correct, Taban. I feel bad for the Bakunawa. It also sounded sad when it was roaring, but I could be wrong. But you could be forever regenerating and stuck in there. Well, that's another thing too. Being immortal is not, that is a curse. I understand that some people may think that that's amazing, and perhaps it's just two sides. But I think that any being that is immortal, that is eternal suffering. And if you're especially in a realm that is forever ravaged by time, that will forever exist in a calamity, no matter past, present, or future, that does not sound great. That sounds miserable. And it would make sense for one to be driven mad. Isn't the Bakunawa mindless, or was there more to it? So the Bakunawa itself, from what I remember, it is only driven by instinct. It has the instinct to eat. And that's it. It has, God, Flint. Help. I literally should not be here. I'm not going to be able to focus. Wait, no, it's not that one. A gigantic beast that appeared on the western side of Natlan 500 years ago, accompanied by other abyssal monsters. Its body was like that of a mountain, and it devoured the tribespeople of Tenochtitlán, an out-of-control creation identified as one of Gold's that once attacked and swallowed part of her body. Lacking in intelligence, its actions are solely devoted to an instinct to devour. It is capable of infinite growth and is functionally immortal. However, unlike Gold's other creations, its immortality does not stem from the power of life, but rather a more transcendent form of abyssal power that may be beyond even our order's understanding. I'm surprised Zhongli hasn't gone mad with him being 6,000 years old. That's a good point. How is he not mad? What does he do to avoid erosion? How's Age Daha been? We haven't spoken to Zhongli in a minute, huh? So have many thoughts. I promise they're not about Flynn's right now. I actually just... Oh yeah, be sure to get Stanley's notes. There's a total of 3. Oh my gosh, Eve, thank you for the hydration. Wait, is this like a, okay, you need to drink, or like, oh, you're thirsty, drink? I hope you have a comfy lurk, but teasing aside, I do think that... Here you go to the menu? Okay. About this... No. You will not get me. I will not think about... I will not say his name. I will not, because I'm normal. And I want to think about the sets. The sets is what I'm thinking about. Totally. Oh, see, now now I'm just in like really thinky mode. I know that doesn't make any sense, but not those. There was a new enemy that had me very curious, and I unfortunately don't think I can find it. Lore over pretty people, true and real. This is sponsored by my very ace self. I think I just have more to chew on now, because I'm like, honestly, I'm just thinking about the Mad Monk. I need to know more of the lore between him and the Belly Tsar. In all seriousness, I need to know more of that. The Tsar, like for the Tsar to go beyond the veil. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just gonna be on my mind for now. I think I even have more, once again, I have more to think about now. Wait, I shouldn't have exited that. I'm attempting to find the catalyst. Here it is. All right, this was about Sealy lore. Also, can I please get my actual Sealy lore event quest? Not the Lost Riches event. Also, shout out him, I'm forgetting his name. He was in Flynn's teaser. But like, I would like an actual Sealy event. Or who knows, maybe we'll just have an event centered around Nicole, and that'll be it. So man, that was like, I have I have lingering questions, but I honestly don't even know what more, like how I want to word things. Do we have lingering questions? Oh my goodness. This cat keeps taking pictures and I'm just like, am I being caught in 4K yet again? Mad Monk is mentioned in the Lightkeeper's pledge artifact sets. He is. He was around and about. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to revisit some things where hmm, yeah, I'm really gonna have to just revisit. Oh, we have so much lore. Sorry. Oh my gosh, this cat, please. Also, the little avatar we get for World Quest are both twins, getting twins avatar and name card this patch. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love that. Okay, so from the artifact sets, we have insane frostmoon scions lore. And then we also received information about the Mad Monk, who's been very curious up until, I mean, is still curious, but it's more of the fact that we have a face, a face, a name, and more involvement. This is definitely something I want to look more into. Absolutely. Ah, this is so exciting. I'm sorry. Like I think I'm not coming down, but I'm absorbing everything from reading the sets. Mad Monk has to still be around, right? I would think so. Also, wait. Speaking of characters who would still be around, Skirk is still looking for the Voyager, yes? So they're also around, presumably somewhere. There's something also at the tip of my tongue, and I'm like trying to remember what it was. I think I remembered. Okay. So, I never thought I would ever have to talk about this character. Despite putting it off for so long, I knew it would come back around, and I only have one of my very good friends to thank for this because it's going to be a rough time for me. So, where is it? I'm gonna go straight to it. So, in Hymns of the Far North, Saralainen, and I know I'm mispronouncing that name, I apologize, was carved into 7 pieces. They became the Gnosis, presumably because no one else in history has been referenced in that specific of a fashion. And so we have we have this goodest of gentlest of valiant sons opting to go in the place of Pakaisko's daughter. And I believe that once again we have a wicked scheme reference here. And Pakaisiko means Father Frost, if I'm remembering correctly, because it comes from Pakasko, which I know I'm not pronouncing correctly at all. But if I recall correctly, that is the father or grandfather, excuse me, of Snegrushka. So is this supposed to be a parallel to like Snegrushka and Ajax? Is this what I'm supposed to take from this? Or am I grossly overthinking things? Because I'm like kind of nervous. And Smay, you putting smiley face is not helping. I don't. I assume you're putting smiley face just to make me uncomfortable, but I also would like for other people to answer my question. Oh, you know what? Okay, Smay. Okay, so that would mean that Saralainen then would also, because they have another title, would... This is so... I am so upset. I hope you enjoy UCOB, Smay, and have a good time. I'm so... Do you know who Snugurushka in real life is? The Snow Maiden? Level 2. Listen, he should not have been left out of his cage, and he unfortunately was out of his cage and he leveled up. And now I can never take it back, but he's just going to be here forever. Forever. No. And that just makes me so frustrated, because I think he should be in his own little bubble. Even though jokingly it's like, oh yeah, the name Ajax, and then when we learned about the legendary historical figure Ajax, I'm like, oh, this is Endgame, man. She is a granddaughter of Father Frost. So what's interesting to me is, okay, so if we're going to assume, because I assume that Pakaisuko is the Belyud Tsar. I don't know who else. I assume, because it's like I assume that they're the same person. If they aren't, then I would love to be corrected, because I just want to make sure I'm not crossing my wires too much. So if Pakaisuko in this, if he is the Belyud Tsar, then if Snuguruchka is, of course this is based on, I'm thinking about Genshin's aspect. So was the wicked scheme, okay, because the wicked scheme was to get Ajax, if this is Saralainen is Ajax, to open the gates of Poyola, which maybe the Abyss or some other place. Regardless, it was off limits, and he became the remains of him became the Gnosis. So I have to wonder, what if they're the same person, and if the granddaughter, or if Snuguruchka, actually, I just think the parallel is there. I think the parallel is there, and I think that I have a lot to think about. But I also think it is time for me to end stream, because I didn't realize how late it was getting. And I originally thought I was going to only stream for about 2 hours, and it has been 4 hours. And I think I'm going to have even more questions than I will answers. And with it being late, I think my brain is just overloaded with the information from these artifact sets. And the fact that now I have to unfortunately, sorry if you heard that, I have to unfortunately think about that one is so, he's so stinky. No, I'm not looking at him again. No. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end stream there. I will probably stream my Flynn's polls if I win the 50-50. I will have a kind of longer stream, but I don't know what time I'm not sure what time his banner will drop. I think it'll be in the evening, or is it at 7 p.m.? Because I know sometimes with phase banners, it's the evening randomly, at least for EST. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, unfortunately. So I'm not sure when his banner will drop. But I may stream my polls. You'll see. If people would like for me to stream my pulls, I will. If not, I'll just do it in the comfort of the darkness of my room to summon him. Smile. I think it's at like 6 p.m. if not 1 p.m. I always forget because I'm bouncing between games. Oh, that's completely fair. I think it might be 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. or something then, because I'll be home from work by then. So I should be able to stream, and then from there, we'll see. Thanks for the fun stream, fun chatting lore with everyone. Oh, of course. I really do want to stream at least once a week, but I don't want to ever promise that and then not follow through. So yeah, this was really, really fun. And I hope that everyone has a good rest of their week. Please stay hydrated. Please be sure to take care of yourselves. And if you're pulling for Flint, I wish you the best of luck. If you're on your 50-50, if you're on your guarantee, I hope he comes early. So, have a great rest of your night, guys. Thank you for being here with me as we talk about lore, and I'll talk with you next time.